Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Thomas van der Zander, Canna Bear, Gary Hughes, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Mr. Amish, Sensual Goat, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Todd Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMels24, Unamento, Iron26, Endless, Golden McKinnon, Retro Bill, Level Playing Poem, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, Chow Young Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
He doesn't learn. He just wants to come in and antagonize.
Who? Who are you talking about, Neil? You only just got here.
Lumpy gas in a vacuum. He's in the chat. I didn't know because I couldn't get in. I was just reading the chat today from QE's show. Well, was there any moderation there at all? Nobody putting him in his place, just allowing him to undermine everything we say? Tired of this guy.
50% of the people we deal with, Neil. What's the big deal about Lumpy?
Just should have been dealt with. So from now on, I guess I'll be in the chat on Ballbusters.
Unless he's doing something wrong, did you consider that perhaps it didn't need any moderation? Yes, he's undermining us, Neil, yes.
Nobody responded. I guess everybody was excited because the new intro. And
I bet.
Who was I thought that was Matthew I was talking to before. So if I made a mistake, I'm sorry.
I did what?
But he was talking about covering the Antarctic thing and that they have you on the list. I thought that was, what's his name, Matt?
Just Bill.
Yeah, just Bill. Was it him?
Yeah.
What are you doing swearing then? Just Bill? Now I'm going to get on you for that.
Okay, just relax. Did you want to add something, Matthias?
Relax. I'm ready to go today. Let's go.
Tell.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hey, George. We'll keep the Discord
George.
warmed up then, Neil.
Oh, I'm ready to go. What are we doing today?
So far, we've got a Sabine Hossenfelder video, and that's about it. Somebody suggested we cover Dave McKeegan because he's also covering Antarctica. And when that subject came up, I said, yes, we have covered it several times recently. So I'm less keen to do that. But I don't know, I don't like covering Sabine particularly. It's just not a great deal of fun, is it? You like covering Sabine, Neil?
I do. I think it would be a good break from, malaria and scurvy.
Okay.
Well, I'll put the Dave's video on Skype, Nathan, just in
Thanks,
case.
I'll see that. Okay,
Yeah.
So there's another one that we can do, which is Antarctica. Just feel we've covered that quite a lot recently. What do you think, Mush, as you're sharing it?
Well, I'm not sure, man. I don't like Sabine. She's too. I don't like Dave either, but I don't know, man. I really don't know.
Exactly. This is it. Your sentiments are the same as mine.
Yeah, but at least Sabine, she supposedly PhD, right? She's supposedly a science educator, correct?
Yeah, she's a high priest.
Well, I think we need to take them apart. Remember, our goal, well, my goal, is to get to the top, the very top. Neil deGrasse and Brian Cox. They will
Does
come in
anybody
here one day.
does
Okay.
anybody actually know what Sabine title is? What is she? Like astrophysicist or like
I think she's a theoretical physicist.
Pseudoscientist.
yeah, exactly. Theoretical physicist. Oxymoron, right?
Say again?
Is it an oxymoron? Theoretical physicist?
Yes and no. Her field is definitely pseudoscience, which is what you're asking.
Well, I could have a little something to share with everyone. Let me see. His name is called, let's see, Dr. O'Neill. Is a NASA astrophotographer, and he resigned. He's been exposed. On his video, he mentions about the fakery that he'd been using for the CGI pictures from outer space. This is huge.
Yeah,
Just
that
need to
sounds a bit
confirm
more like it.
his name.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of the three, I'd probably say that's probably the favourite. Have you got a link to that?
I can share. It's a quick video on TikTok. I'll share it with the panel there.
Can someone get that me on Master B?
Yeah, no problem, man.
Thank
Sure,
you.
just put it in the main text chat.
Sure,
Thanks,
why
George.
not get to
Yeah.
go to Jaren speed?
Say again, Neil.
Why not get to the level of Jaren?
Oh, you think this is beneath us?
Absolutely. We've demonstrated time and time again that you cannot have gas pressure without containment, that we're in a contained system and we're going to entertain anything coming out of NASA? I don't care how many guys come out and confess. What does that mean?
Yeah, but it's that, or covering Antarctica again, or covering Sabine talking about an ancillary subject, which is science.
Which she knows nothing about. All right, let's do the NASA thing.
Wouldn't you say it's the lesser of three evils?
I mean, yeah, where could we go? No matter where we go, we're surrounded by morons.
I'm going to be fussy no matter what I get. It doesn't matter which video you provide me. I'm always going to go, oh, I don't want to cover that. Oh, I don't want to cover this. It doesn't matter what you provide me with.
Which, by the way, not to bring it up, but to bring it up, I just tuned in to see how a certain party would be feeling about the Ballbusters intro. And sure enough, he felt slighted, but he ripped us apart about what we're doing and sort of like defended Dave Weiss and said that we're going to be the most hated people on flat Earth. Congratulations.
That's not a TikTok link. That's like a downloadable link. And even when I download it, it just takes me to a media player file that doesn't play.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what's
Yeah.
going on. I just copied the link. George, where is this from?
Oh, it does work. Hold on.
Okay, can you tell us your name?
Got it?
My name is Dylan O'Donnell. And tell us a bit about what you do. Oh, yeah.
It's horrendous. It's got music over the top of it, so you can't hardly hear what he's saying. Yeah. Okay. I mean, fine. I've got it.
Georgie, you know better than that, Georgie.
Hey, Righteous, are you there?
He didn't make the video.
Yeah.
It's not his fault. But there is
Yeah,
probably a
but
better
you
video
note
out
it
there.
down.
Because this one's on TikTok with a load of music over the top of it, which is kind of unplayable for me.
That's my point. Georgie
Yeah,
should
I'm
know
with you.
better.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the only video that I got, and the
No,
interest
I'm
is
not moaning
the
at you,
content.
George. Thank you for getting
It's
it.
fine.
Thank you very much.
What's up, Mighty? Okay, he dropped.
But now with this reference, you might be able to find the original video.
Hopefully. I only slightly prefer that one over the other two. But, you know, definitely on topic, isn't it?
I
This
want to
one
know
is
how
a
you feel
massive
about being.
concession.
Sorry.
Go on. Just said it's a concession, this one, this video. They consider the outer space is a sham, at least the pictures from outer space.
Yeah, but NASA's already admitted that. Space doesn't matter. Right?
Correct.
I could be wrong. But I think this is the same guy that got an award a couple of years ago. Him and another pseudoscience, because this guy is an IT guy. You know, he's just a computer graphics stuff. They got I think it was a Grammy award that they got for the best CGI.
Okay, right. Can someone see if they can dig out the original? Hopefully one of you will search around in a YouTube box with various different hashtags or something to find your way to it. Because that would be
I
the
want to
best.
know how you feel about that, Nathan.
Feel about what?
About making enemies and being the most hated flat earthers around.
What? What are you talking about?
But the sentiment I heard was that, well done. I hope we're proud of ourselves that we have become the most hated group in flat Earth.
Who said that? Was it?
I'd take that.
There's a good chance that's come from people who aren't flat earthers, though, as we found out over the weekend.
It
No,
came from Owen.
I was just gonna say. I was just gonna say I would take that as a compliment because the truth is not favored at all.
Yeah,
The truth isn't very popular, is it?
No, but there's a good chance that
No,
there's a
and
lot
that's
of.
why I don't understand why this individual would say something like that. It's obvious because he had David Weiss on his show and he feels protective of it. But it doesn't matter. We're calling out shams, correct?
You're telling me
We're saying Earth is measured flat.
one individual said I'm the most hated. Oh, I see. So a stereotyping fallacy then.
Well, when it comes from a guy that sat next to you for 10 years, it's kind of sad.
I don't care. There's a good chance, like I say, that whoever you're talking about, who you haven't named, isn't actually a flat earther. And
I did. I said Owen.
Oh, Arwen. Oh, right. Okay. That just means Arwen hates me.
Yeah, but he claims that we're the most hated, and congratulations, you'll make enemies everywhere, but we'll continue to do the same thing. He had a lot of stuff to say, and I knew it. I don't watch, but I tuned in because I knew that was going to affect him. And the sad thing is, he separated himself from us by the way he behaved and by the way he came back or tried to come back, and he's making it like we don't want no part of him. So I find it really funny.
Okay, well, that's kind of sad. Still a stereotyping fallacy.
Absolutely. I'd rather be the one everybody hates because I'm pointing to what's right than everybody loves because I'm falling in line with all of the other nonsense. Hate me all you want.
Go on, Matthias. What were you going to say?
No, I was. Neil was talking. That's pretty much the point I made. Like I said, the truth isn't very popular. And if people hate you, I'd take it as a compliment. You know, who cares
Yeah,
about
I
their
was pretty
feelings?
much agreeing with you.
Right. Yeah. You know, screw your feelings. If you hate me because what I say, then you know that's your problem, not mine.
I'm kind of indifferent to it, if I'm honest, Neil. It's sad to say, but I had to make disclaimers to John about how, you know, I'm a bit cold to this because of the amount of people who come and go through the show over the years. And the same, unfortunately, applies to Arwen, but on, you know, on a different negative scale. It's like, well, I'm actually kind of indifferent to that too. As much as Arwen's passionate about his hatred towards me, that he wants to stereotype that I'm the most hated person or whatever he said, fine. I'm kind of indifferent to it. Which is bad for the people who, you know, you go, well, that could have been a really good friendship. And you do develop some friendships out of the group, but for the most part, people come and go, unfortunately. So you have to be a bit fickle. Otherwise, you just, you know, you go nuts.
I mean, geez, I don't know what he expected. Did he expect to be in the intro? With that, and he had a problem with me being in there too. That's another thing. But that's fine. You can have the problem. I didn't ask. I just showed up every Saturday. And it was an
So
honor for me
Neil,
to be
you
on
showed
there.
up.
So I am proud.
You just wanted to start shit and ask Arwen, what he thought about him not being in the new entrant. That's kind of something itself.
No, I
Like, why
said I
would you do
tuned in because I wanted to see his mindset. Because he has spent a lot of years here, and it is a shame what's going on. Very easy road back, but hey, what are you going to do? And he's been saying a lot of shit about me, all right? Matthew.
Oh, Neil, it's not like you don't same thing. I mean, you creep with yourself. That's what you're doing right now. Dude. Nobody cared what Arwen was thinking or saying. Look, if Nathan's being hated, he can't be ignored.
Matthew,
Who
please, give it a
cares?
rest.
Who cares what Arwen says? Me give
That's
it a
great.
rest.
Did you
You're like
spend
Scrappy Doo, right?
10 years
Scooby Doo.
side
You
by
just
side with the guy?
Neil, I've been listening into this show long before you.
This isn't a
Oh, really?
urinating competition. No need. And can you stop, both of you stop swearing,
Matthew, I
please?
don't know what's up
Both,
your
stop,
ass,
Neil,
but
Neil,
you know
Neil,
what?
Neil,
Keep it to
Neil,
yourself. I'm reporting
Neil.
on things that I've heard about the show.
I know you can hear me. Please, can you both stop
Yeah, well, I'm
swearing?
addressing just Bill.
No. Yeah, I've got to be able to keep charge of the show. That includes you, Neil. Please, can you both stop swearing?
Did I swear?
Yes.
No, I've already rejected the panel. But
Say that again, Jardo. Okay. You came off mute, but I didn't hear a word of anything. Nothing came out. Alrighty. Jardo says from the YouTube live stream chat, how has my Discord been deleted after 4 years? Does that mean you've had to make a new account, Jardo? Has my Discord crashed? What's going on?
What I sow is what I
Yeah,
reap.
here. I had
I don't
I had
sow
to
discord, I report.
Yeah, I did have to re-verify him. Seems like his last account, something went wrong with it.
Oh, so he had yeah, so I'm not sure what's happened. The last couple of weeks, I've been slowly losing my login credentials with Politics 24/7, and then today I logged onto Discord and nothing. So I'm not sure what's going on, but yeah, apologies. Thanks, Righteous, for re-verifying me. But I'm back on board, and yeah.
I think they just know what Kiwis are
Got
like.
shunned for a while, huh?
Well, if your old account got nuked by Discord officially, you won't be able to get on Politics with that same phone number.
No, that was what was happening. I every time I logged on, it asked me to re-verify using the 2-stage, and then when I did it, it said that the account's already existing, and yeah, I went through the mods and they couldn't help me. So yeah, it's very strange.
That does actually sound like a Discord glitch, though, doesn't it? That sounds like something's going wrong somewhere with their authentication, their 2-step authentication process.
Yeah, sounds like maybe they suspected something or something went wrong, like a glitch. So it might have been friendly fire then, Jado.
Which, let's be honest, who can blame him, Jado?
Well, it wouldn't be the first time I've been suspected of something. So yeah, no dramas.
I got a question.
How is everybody, by the way?
I have a question.
I'm good. What's your question?
Let me see. How do I phrase it? How did what's his name phrase it? I keep forgetting. Do you believe that Earth is flat? Do you have proof that Earth is flat?
Measures like that.
Do you know,
How so?
without a doubt,
Well, how so? You say measured. What do you take a
Come
tape
on,
measure?
one of you's got to be
and,
able to do it.
Go from one end to the other?
Neil's put it as a compound question. Jardo's done it as a sentence fragment. Can not one of you paraphrase or say verbatim what Jesse actually said? I love it.
How did he say it, Nathan?
I didn't start this.
do you know, without a doubt and for sure, that the Earth is flat?
Yes.
Okay, great. That's my question to everybody.
Measures like that.
Okay, you say measured. How? What do I drop a tape measure and go from one side to the other? Like I'm measuring a room? What do you mean measure?
Like surveying.
Elevation angle.
Yeah.
I don't know, that would be...
You could take an angle.
From Neil's response, that would be more of a surveying rebuttal, wouldn't it? Is it, measured with a tape measure? Well, yeah, if in a way, when you're surveying the land, you're describing elevation changes with respect to the 0 point. So, yeah, if you want to say measuring with a tape measure, it's a bit less crude than that. But yeah.
Beautiful. Everybody hear that?
You've been a good cheerleader today, Neil. Thank you very much.
Oh, because I'm sick and tired of hearing the nonsense in chat. Tired of it.
Okay.
Come on the show, state your point, and get destroyed, and then go walk away. Tired of the reference, and the reference is not Earth. Oh no, the reference frame that the observer's standing on. It's not Earth, huh? What are we standing on? It's not Earth, huh? What am I standing on, frickin' Mars?
Do you not think that we should be trying to help these people in our attitude? That is to say, I understand the sentiment, that's what we do. right? But isn't the whole point of us being here to appeal to everyone and get them to understand what we put forth? That is to say, it isn't really our ambition to destroy people, but more to make them aware of the nature of Earth and how it operates.
If they're just coming into the arena, yeah. But if you spent years here, no.
Okay, so you're saying it depends on the type of personality that's coming past our door in terms of whether or not they'll get ripped a new one versus gently pointed in the direction of the origin measurements if they're claiming a sphere.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if you've been here for a good amount of time, then there's only one reason why you're coming against it. You have an agenda.
Maybe.
Neil, at least Dave Weiss taught you something.
What's that?
Dave Weiss taught Neil that he's for sure and without a doubt that the Earth is not curving.
So he's not a
That was
flat earther, then.
hysterical.
He's
Oh,
a
did
glove
you hear him
denier.
stuttering and stammering?
Or it's a million times bigger.
Yeah, he really wanted to act like there was a possibility it's just way larger. He said in his comments section he couldn't say it was flat because he was told that if he said it was flat, Jesse would ask if he believed in mountains. So at least that's what he told me in
Oh,
the YouTube
really?
comments.
And he don't know
That
how
would
to
be a
overcome
proof.
that.
That would
That's
be a
what he
good
said.
proof it amounted.
That's what he said in the comments. Because I asked him, I said, "Why did you like not say it was flat 20 different times you were asked?" Like, well, I can't say that.
Yeah, like I said, they're not flat earthers. They are bold deniers.
Yeah, he's an anti-glober.
No, but even that statement alone tells you, first of all, he has no idea of the heliocentric diet paradigm, which he supposedly is debunking if he says, well, it's a billion times or a million times bigger. It can't be 100 feet bigger. Dopey, scurvy.
So he said he was tipped off, right? If he said the Earth was flat, he would be asked about the mountains. Are the mountains flat? And that's why he didn't say it's flat. Like, what the hell, man?
Okay, I'm going to put that question to you. You say it's flat, Mush. What about mountains and valleys and hills?
How do you get elevation to mountain valleys and hills? It's all based off a flat plane. He's just not bright enough to say that, I
Simple.
guess.
They're not flat, gang. Devites.
Well, he doesn't follow the show. He's not up to date with the flat earth debate. That's why.
He knows what we say here. Remember, he's buddy-buddy with Witsit. They know what's going on. He should be totally embarrassed. If he's not, then he's in delusional world.
We should change Dave's name to Peter.
Peter?
Denied 3 times.
Correct.
Was that Judas?
No, Judas just betrayed Jesus by giving him up to the Roman gods by kissing him. The one I kiss is the one. Peter
right,
denied
yes.
him thrice before the cock crowed twice. But he's worse than Peter. He's Peter times 10.
So Judas was the original snitch then?
Judas was the betrayer, yes. Peter was the one that denied him 3 times when Jesus was being crucified and before.
Right, and he got told in advance he'd do it too, didn't he? By Jesus. He told him, "You will deny me 3 times." No, I won't.
Yeah,
No,
before.
definitely not. Why would I do such a thing?
Yep.
I thought Peter would stand for pain in the ass. That's what we call Peter.
Okay.
Just wondering after Dave's last performance whether he can actually perform a Lazarus.
Mush, have you got Skype?
Yeah, what do you mean? I'm on Skype. Hello?
Why not? Same with you, George.
Hello, can
Have you got Skype, George?
Oh, me? Yes, I'm sorting it out. Yes, I think I figured it out. I had an account blocked. I created a new one. I think I'm good now. I meant to contact one of the mods. So now you mods know you can contact me. I'm ready.
I'm ready. It's just so you don't have to listen to Discord rumblings when someone's rumpusing the Discord server. It's just useful. There's often times when I can't separate out your audio from someone who's rumpusing you. So if you're in the G Plus panel, I can. So you get to be heard easier more. That's the main reason for having it.
Well, thank you.
I'm sure I've asked you about half a dozen times, George.
Yeah, I know. A bit of laziness on my side. I know. I understand that.
Listen, you could always go back and chat with your buddies on Discord. We just want to get a healthier panel balance.
I'm with you, Neil. I'm not always available. You know, my availability depends on a lot of things. So I might be in for a few minutes or a few hours or not at all.
I'm not
Or I'll
that
stay the whole
fussed,
day.
George. I mean, you know, take it or leave it. Mush, on the other hand, you've got to join the Skype, Mush.
I am on the Skype.
Why
But
aren't
you
in
mean
G
the G
panel?
panel?
Yeah, why
Oh,
aren't you
of
in G
course.
Plus?
Yeah, dude. I can do that. I can do that.
Sounds
Where's
better.
the link?
It's in G Plus, in Master B. Are you not in Master B?
Yeah, I am, but I don't see. Oh, okay. It's a little back. All right.
Well, wait a second. Hold on a second, Nathan. He's got to be here to help monitor Discord.
Oh, is he
Can't I be
doing
in
that?
both places?
Oh, that's a legit reason to not be in G Plus then. Fair enough.
Yeah, he's a moderator. It's easier to check for hot mics and stuff like that when you're on Discord. I mean, it can
Yeah,
be
that's
done from
true.
G Plus too, but it's just easier.
Well, this is awkward.
And he's got the mute button if he wants to mute anybody, like what we're talking to him. I guess he could. I don't know if he
Can we all
could.
see what's going
Because
on
we
here?
generally,
Can you see what's
because
going
it
on?
generally,
Is everyone picking up on what's going on?
we generally want you just
Absolutely.
to.
I was waiting for Righteous to come in and say, wait a second, you can't take my mighty from me.
He's mine. I'm keeping him. He's good. He is. Yeah, I know he's good. That's why I want him on G Plus.
Well, he is mine.
Same goes
So
for
you
George.
guys,
As much as I was being jokey, he didn't pick up on my sarcasm. But there we go. He didn't bite.
well, George is not a moderator. You guys can have George, but Mighty is a moderator.
Oh,
Okay, we
it's
can
nice
have
to be
George,
wanted.
can we?
Nice to be
really?
wanted.
Oh yeah, it's like a negotiation, isn't it? The under 18s
Exactly. He's happy
managers
to let me go.
telling
Hold
us
on,
what's what.
Righteous.
Go on.
Righteous, you'll still have a bee with a buzz, won't you?
Yeah, but he's not monitoring the show like he used to. He monitored the show for like a whole year, guys. Come on.
You got to remember, there's a pecking order here, Neil. Right? Righteous owns the net, doesn't he? Right? I come along and have a look through the net and decide what I want to pick out of it. So don't want to really annoy the guy who owns the net. Let's be clear about that, Neil.
Nah, Righteous,
Well, it's for,
he'll never hold one thing against another.
it's all for like, it's for the show, guys. You know.
You don't have to flog me this greater good bullshit. Give it up. Just accept
Oh, all
what's
right.
just happened. It
Well,
was fun.
just
I'm
Righteous Force
smiling.
said so. Then that's how it is. How's that?
That's how it is. That's your attitude. Being more assertive. Absolutely. It's your right to be that way.
I knew it anyway. There's no way you could take Mighty Bush away. Too valuable for Righteous there. But
Well, he
could
can be
come
on
in
there,
here and
just
there.
not. He can be
You're
on there,
missing-
just not the days he's moderating the show or keep an eye on the show. Like we all kind of take turns a little bit here, but on a day he's not moderating or keeping an eye on Discord, he can join by there. It's all right.
You're missing the value and where it lies, right? No offense to either George or Mush. Yeah, righteous is the one you want to keep on your side, Neil. You know what I mean? Right? Just nowhere you want to be buttering somebody up rather than arguing with them. Hey, really?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, it's very
Nice
important we
to
keep
see
righteous
you,
sweet.
Christopher.
We don't know that people want to use their names. Sometimes, like refracted curvature, they don't necessarily want to join under their original name.
Oh, he put it out there. Not my fault. All I see is
Okay.
Christopher now.
Okay. Neil Constantino, ladies and gentlemen.
That's correct, and I'll stand by that name.
Discount
my
Joe
name.
Pesci.
Say again, Rayleigh?
That's discount Joe Pesci.
I'll call you Rayleigh. What is it, Rayleigh criteria? Come on, I can't even say that.
Why not?
Just
I'll
don't
call you
call me
C.
Raleigh.
You like
It seems like
Riley?
every time I type out his name, it's like I almost type it differently every time.
Rayleigh. What's so hard about that?
Well, the Americans have Raleigh, North Carolina, so they're always reminded of that.
Ah, okay, that makes sense.
There's a video that came out 15 hours ago, has 16,000 views. It's called Watch, MAGA Pastor Kicks Flat Earther Out of Church in Heated Debate.
That sounds right up our alley. Does it not?
Okay. I'm gonna share it. I don't know anything about it. I'll just share it right away.
But we'll speak after Righteous has gone mush. Wink, wink.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Wait, we've seen one. That one, that's old news. That's Dean Odell with
That's no good.
what's the other guy?
Yeah, that's
Yeah, that's old news.
That's 15 hours ago it came out.
It doesn't mean
Oh,
it's
you mean
new.
they're covering? Okay, they're covering the old news?
Yeah, they're recovering the whole.
My bad.
That's okay. Still, strictly speaking, covering Sabine Hossenfelder then. Which is fine. I mean, fine is fine.
You should cover the falling out between Karen B and Jared.
Why? Oh, I should have
Because
used
it's
a nicer
absolutely
tone, should I, Jadu? Oh, why? Why would we cover that, Jadu?
Oh, the
yes.
witch and the devil had a fight? Oh, that's
Oh
great.
my
Who
God,
won?
there is no need. No need. Jado, fill us in. Hopefully keep it relatively brief.
Yes. So Karen B posted on her Facebook page that the 24-hour sun in Antarctica no way proves a globe Earth. And then Jaron commented, spewing out his hatred towards Karen for making that post. And then the next 574 posts after that are telling Jaron to go shove it were absolutely hilarious reading.
Have you got them in front of you?
Give me 2 minutes and I'll have a look.
If you don't mind. I mean, this is very moot, but fine. For amusement's sake, we'll cover it, but this is very catty.
And did anybody watch Professor Dave Ruins Flat Earther, Austin Whitsitt? That
Yes,
came out.
we've covered that. Man, you have been away for a week, haven't you?
Yeah, I've been away, yeah. So you covered this video?
Yeah.
All right. How did Whitsitt do? Or
Differently. It was more Dave embarrassing himself, doing badly, rather than Whitsitt doing well. So after the fact, there was a whole bunch of people that were getting in touch saying, look how many people Dave has brought to Flat Earth. You're like, it made no sense at first, but then his typical demeanour and I don't have to say much about how Professor Dave YouTube channel host Dave behaves, do I? We actually cover that video though. We did, didn't we? I vaguely remember actually covering it. Or did we just talk about it and not cover it? Anyone remember?
I don't know. It's hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes.
I'm 99% certain we've covered it.
Yeah.
Nobody's going, yeah, I remember covering that, so maybe I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure we covered it. I remember making the thumbnail. Then again, I can't remember what I did yesterday, so.
Yeah, definitely cover those people, but I'm not sure about this particular video, if you've done it or not. I'm not sure. Sorry.
So what are we covering? We're still covering Sabine, aren't we? There's been no advance on that. And we've got a TikTok video that's got music over the top of it as a backup.
Man, you got that Dave McKeegan, Antarctica.
Yeah, that may
Just
become relevant depending on this discussion between Karen B and Jaren, because apparently condemning the notion of a globe proof in the form of a 24-hour sun is worth condemnation on her part. Well, okay, that seems a bit weird, but then again, I got condemned for saying science proves things when it's an empirical method, so it's kind of par for the course.
Sorry, I'm a bit confused. Let's imagine for a second that it is possible to see the sun above the horizon for 24 hours. Yeah. How does elevation angles to the sun on a period of 24 hours would prove a globe?
It doesn't. You have to affirm the consequent to suggest that it's a globe proof. If we observe 24-hour sun, it's because Earth's a sphere. Earth's a sphere because we do observe the sun above the horizon for a 24-hour period in Antarctica. The same would apply if you asserted that observing, as we absolutely definitely do, a 24-hour sun, that's to say the sun is above the horizon in the north, in the northern summer. Okay? Well, because we observe the sun above the horizon, we've got a sphere Earth beneath us? No.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I mean, an elevation angle is an angle above a horizontal plane. You don't have horizontal planes on a sphere surface.
Right. But what they're going to do isn't that. They're not going to be, they may not, or they don't necessarily have to, describe it with any measurement. You know, if it's just observably and obviously above the horizon for a 24-hour period, contesting the first-hand account from Robert Shortman, then the affirmation of it being above the horizon doesn't prove your antipodal positioning assumption. So that's a different affirming the consequent. If I assume that the observation of a 24-hour sun in the north is identical by way of antipodal positioning when I travel south, then Earth is a sphere. Earth is a sphere because we have assumed antipodal positioning and observed a 24-hour sun rotation above the horizon. There's no description of the angular description above the horizon in my affirming the consequent. What there is an antipodal positioning assumption. Yeah? If I travel north, I will end up antipodal from where I began. That's an assumption. That's a begging the question fallacy. If you're trying to prove that the Earth's a sphere, don't assume that you travel north and end up antipodal on a sphere, because that's begging the question. Depends. I haven't actually seen how they will form this into a globe proof. Nobody's actually affirmed the consequent in a formal logical fallacy yet, overtly. No one's stated the fallacy yet. I've asked, but nobody's actually said it yet. So at some point, someone's going to have to lay down their version of what they say is the logic behind this observation. But we're at the stage where we're saying, okay, if you claim there is an observation of a phenomena down in Antarctica, then that is step one in the scientific method. Now, rather than saying, well, no, it's because the cause is because I've assumed antipodal positioning, well, no, you don't assume antipodal positioning. That's begging the question. You assume a cause that you'll vary. That's science. But we yet to see. I mean, I couldn't give a toss. This is so tedious to me. And getting het up about whether or not the begging the question, affirming the consequent fallacy that must be committed in order to assert that something that is not immediately and obviously apparent, that is to suggest that there may be a 24-hour sun above the horizon in Antarctica, isn't a proof of anything beyond the phenomena itself, which you haven't got a cause for. So there you go. There's the summary of Antarctica. We have covered this, right, multiple times, and it was dealt with 10 years ago. I don't know. History just repeats itself, it seems, with Flat Earth. Every 10 years there's a new cycle of the same old garbage, feast of nonsense for people to feast on. And this is just that history repeating itself. There's a whole bunch of new people coming to the subject. They all need to be fed the feast of nonsense. Doesn't matter that we overcame it 10 years ago, it's still going to get peddled into the masses because people aren't watching us en masse. So if they're all watching this and seeing this fallacy play out, they don't know what we're saying and have been for 10 years, do they? So they all fall victim to the same fallacy. Now, while we're shouting it from the rooftops, yeah, this isn't proving anything, hardly anybody's listening. We're what's the word? Suppressed to the bottom of the lists. So, yeah, if you come by, you'll know this is garbage. But based on the fact that we do occasionally, like we are now, talk about it, lay out the rhyme and reason, fallacious logic that's being employed or will be, future tense, then, you know, people will know the skinny on what the deal is with it. But after covering it a few times for us, I've got to try and keep you guys interested, and we have covered it several times. So it just gets tedious. This isn't going to stop either. It'll be non-stop and ramped up till this winter for us. There'll be nothing more. It'll just be on and on and on. It'll get more and more and more boring. I promise. All you need to... Next time I'll deal with it is when somebody overtly states the fallacy that will be used. I've already told you what it'll be. You know, I'm not going to, you know, jump up and down and go, wow, aren't I amazing? I can predict the future. It's like, no, there is no other way of making this into a globe claim. So it's not like I'm going to, as I say, turn around and go, called it. It's like, it's just waiting for when. When it happens, let me know, we'll cover it and go, there you go, there's the fallacy being used. Not, check it out, I knew he was going to do this. It's like, it's the only thing we can do. So I'm not exactly, you know, going to be pointing out my genius for it. It's just, there's going to be a point between now and winter when somebody overtly states one of those two fallacies that I've already pointed out. Either an affirming the consequent that utilises the sun above the horizon to just straight up suggest that proves a sphere without any other mitigation or suggestion. The other is to overtly state the antipodal positioning, begging the question of a sphere Earth in the journey. That is to say, when I arrive in Antarctica, we are already assuming that we are underneath the bottom of a sphere that's been derived from flat Earth measurements. So one or the other will be the fallacy used. Probably the former, because it'll be more vague. Both are the same, basically, is kind of what I'm driving at, but it just depends how loosely it gets stated to when we cover it next. The other thing I'll point out, which I will say I called, was to say that I have already been in touch with this pastor based on him contacting me, proactively getting in touch with me via the comments, and via the comments I've responded to him, pointing out the affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy that must be employed, the fact that this isn't science, and based on the fact that it isn't science, a request for that which would make it science, independent variable, dependent variable, and a null hypothesis, formulated as a scientific prediction for the quote-unquote experiment that's coming up. So that's been put to him. Nothing's been forthcoming. That's it. My bit on it's done. You know, I've kind of very quickly wrapped this garbage up in a little bow so I can set it to one side, having given this, 3-minute talk on it. So everyone knows that, no, we're all set here. There's nothing more for us to do except sit back and perhaps listen to other people getting in a twist over shouting that it doesn't prove a globe. Why doesn't it? Unless you can detail the logical fallacy that must be employed, you're just shouting baseless assertions back in the face of baseless assertions. This does prove a globe. No, it doesn't. Why doesn't it? So if that is just it's based on the limitation of information I've got so far in regards to Karen B's responses to Jaron and vice versa, but if it's just no, it isn't, then, well, why? Point out why it's fallacious, because it is.
Go
Good
ahead.
morning, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
And Neil is back.
Neil is
Yeah,
back.
I'm
That's
back.
right.
I'm back and better than ever. Let's get it on.
I'm glad you're so enthused. It's not like we've got a particularly exciting show lined up. We're going to be covering Sabine Hossenfelder, which isn't necessarily our first choice, but all of the other choices were either previously covered, previously discussed at length, nauseatingly boring, or a TikTok video that was quite intriguing to cover but had a load of music over the top of it. So what we're left with is Sabine. So that's, I don't know if I should laugh or cry, really. I don't know if I'm going to enjoy the next 20 minutes or just find it tediously boring because it's kind of ancillary to the subjects we normally cover. So Sabine's covering why people hate scientists, which obviously it's a subject that we do cover because the globe lie, previously and extensively covered over the last 10 years, utilised the idea of an empirical method, that's science, to dupe you into the idea of having proof for things like heliocentrism. That's a globe Earth moving around a sun. So, with that in mind, we have had to go through the motions of explaining to people what science really is so they can understand how what they've been told science is, with things like the globe, weren't actually science, weren't actually empirical, weren't actually proving anything, and therefore were pseudoscience. It's not been without its perils trying to disseminate this information to our own on the flat Earth side, but we won't dwell on that. What we will do is ask the housekeeping question, as we seem to be in a bit of a globe-centric mind set, covering Sabine, who is a high priest of heliocentrism. So with that in mind, any scientific evidence of gravity?
No.
You mean Cavendish wasn't on a scientific experiment?
Was that an upward inflection to imply that there's a question mark about the non-experiment known as Cavendish?
Yeah, because I keep hearing his name all the time in the debates, but I don't see any experiment.
It isn't. So step one isn't adhered to in the Cavendish quote-unquote experiment, which it isn't. Step one is observe the natural phenomena you are studying. That is to say, observe something occurring in nature and ask yourself why that happened. Well, in the case of Cavendish, the claimed effect, number one, as a explanation or description, violates the actual processes we observe in nature, and secondly, is conjured within the apparatus itself. So there is no naturally occurring phenomena. There's a suggestion that all things move towards the centre of Earth, which gas violates. So gas behaviour defies the idea of Newtonian gravity, which is claimed to be validated by this quasi-experiment, which does not have a natural phenomena, and the claim to be description, that's gravity, is violated by gas behaviour. Any single
Yeah, but
viable...
only gas?
Well, I mean, there's other things that go up. Depends on
Name
the
one.
medium. There's more to it than that. Depends on the medium that the item's in. You can get things to rise up through mercury, like lead. If they're pushed down in them, they will displace upwards, but it's not necessarily par for any course to overcome a 109-year out-of-date rhetoric.
Am I living in Mercury, Nathan? Why would you bring up Mercury? I don't live in Mercury.
You said
I
do
live
other
in
things go up.
in air.
Yeah, that's why I used air as the example. When you said, is it just air? Well, I'm like, no, other things can displace upwards. And then I gave an example. Anything else, Neil?
Yeah, going to
Well,
require a
they'll say
horizontal
that
plane for
all you
that
have
up
is
and
gas,
down.
and that doesn't validate it.
Oh, you got rumpus a little bit by George.
Yeah, Georgie.
Sorry, Neil. I was just saying they're going to need a horizontal plane of reference to describe that up and down. Oh dear.
Yeah, you will.
Yeah. And just like Nathan was trying to say, there is no cause. They're talking about some effect that they cannot show or give any evidence or any experiment or any cause. So that
I literally cannot understand a single word you're saying.
cause, they cannot show any cause. They cannot show any
Cause.
experiment.
Gotcha. Cause.
That's your thing.
It's very difficult to understand you on your mic, and I'm sure you appreciate that. You're not at home, I can tell. Anyway, right, you can't show a cause. Well, the cause would be for a naturally occurring phenomena. So in the case of the Cavendish experiment, the cause that they assert for Newtonian gravity is based on an effect that isn't observed in nature. So if you want to say, well, what caused that effect, if you're going to describe it as one, well, a man making it. Any single viable hypothesis from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics? Then they're going to do some shout-outs.
Negative. Those are not. Those are pseudosciences. They don't have a hypothesis. Not a viable one.
Shout out to Jardo, who's just gifted a load of memberships. Thank you very much, Jardo. And welcome. If you've just joined, there's a whole bunch of members-only videos you can check out. And after the show finishes, I upload the Uncut After Show, which you can check out in a few hours' time. So welcome, all of you. And thank you for gifting those memberships. I'm going to do a quick shout-out to Divergent Droids Give, Send, Go. Is it Give, Send, Go? Yeah, it is. Give, Send, Go campaign. So he's had some financial worries and obviously has reached out. It's not great timing because we've just done another campaign for QE, literally directly before this one. So it's not great timing, but that's how things go sometimes when people need help and it is in need. We will obviously do our best to endeavour to help those people. And in this case, it's one of our own moderators who, you know, is kind of an unspoken hero. He's an absolutely exceptional moderator. So when he reached out and said, can you help me? I was like, yeah, absolutely. So we already shouted the campaign out once on the Bullbuster show, which was on Saturday. And I'm going to do some shout-outs to the people who've supported the campaign since. And indeed invite the people who are watching the show now to support the campaign. So there is a link going by to Divergent Droids Give Sango campaign. And as I say, I'm going to shout out all the people who've supported it up till now. So shout out to Anonymous Giver, who I actually know who it is, but yeah, thank you very much for supporting the campaign. Really appreciate the support. Me, thank you to me. And Jerry Mercial, thank you very much for supporting the campaign. Chow Young Cat, also big shout out to you. Thank you very much indeed. Riffraff, thanks to you too. Daniel Samaniego, really appreciate the support. G Platypus, who got a lot of props as he's a Globe Earther and has supported the campaign. Thank you very much to you again. Here we go again. Thank you very much for supporting the campaign. Another anonymous contributor who left no comment, just gave a whole bunch of cash. So thank you for the $100, whoever you are, anonymous giver. Really appreciate the support. Never a straight answer. Also, really appreciate the support. Thank you very much indeed to you, my friend. And Mike808, again, big spender, dropped $100. A lot of you dropped a lot of money on Divergent Droids, which doesn't surprise me because he's loved by all. So please support the campaign. There is a link, as I say, going by in the live stream chat right now. Yeah, hopefully, if you do, we'll give you a shout out. If indeed you couldn't necessarily afford to support the campaign, as you can see me waving my mouse over this little button that says share, stick a share on it. 3 people have done so already. It does make a difference to the success of the campaign. So share if you can't necessarily support it financially. Or if indeed you just wanted to leave some nice words for Divergent Droid, there's a little button that says pray. And you could just leave some nice words and it will leave them under the updates and prayer requests and all the rest of it. So you can leave some nice words for people to read on the campaign. And obviously they'll get through to Divergent Droid as well. So another big thank you to all of you who've supported that campaign thus far. There is a link going by in the live stream chat. Okay, do we want to carry on with a bit of housekeeping or should we cover Sabine? Oh, don't all go at once. Keen, aren't you? Keen, I can tell.
I would keep on the housekeeping away from Sabine, but yeah.
Okay. Any single viable hypothesis from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics?
The answer was no. It still remains the same.
They have plenty of natural phenomena in the study.
Yeah, there is. There's loads
Manipulating and varying said phenomena might be a problem.
I mean, it's always a problem. I mean, that's the hardest endeavour of any scientific endeavour, which is to say that figuring out what will cause the effect you're studying. So I actually have this as a 5-hour hour with the tech guy who supports this show by keeping the computer up to date and working with parts only. That is to say, he doesn't charge me a dime for all the work he puts in. Shout out to you, Craig. He actually joined the show on Friday, hence me being a bit more comfortable shouting him out a bit more. But he was arguing with me for hours and hours and hours because I was explaining science to him. And the example was the stars. And I'm like, okay, well, that's the phenomena. If you want to say stars appearing and disappearing is the phenomena, then you're going to want to try and establish what causes that. And that is to say you have to pick an independent variable, suppose it as the cause. It's got to be real. It's got to be capable of being varied. And then you vary it and see if you induce the phenomena that you're studying. Now, because it's so grandiose, that is to say the lights that appear in the sky at night, it was my tech guy Craig's opinion that that couldn't be slotted into the scientific method because it was too big an endeavour. It's like, no different to anything else that you don't know the cause of at the point you don't know the cause of it. There's a whole myriad of things that you could start varying to see if you can induce the effect. And if you don't know, you don't know. So that is the genius within the methodology to suppose the cause correctly. Now, when I've put that to Quantum Eraser in the past, he's like, yeah, but when you're following the process, there's going to be a whole bunch of research that leads you to an idea of what you think, a good idea of what you think would be the cause before you start varying and manipulating things in experimentation. So because he's presumably worked in these fields, I don't know, but his notion is that, that's Quantum Eraser's notion, John's notion was to say that no, if you're going to be following this process, you're going to have a pretty good idea by the time you get to the experiment stage. Nevertheless, I would still define that as the genius part of the method, when you actually guess right what's going to cause the effect you're studying. You know, it might be a massive endeavour, it might be immediately guess correct, but in either event, that's where we advance humanity. Throughout the ages, that is what we have done to advance humanity in both our understanding and in our technological endeavours. Those have improved through scientific endeavours. One follows the other. You know, it's all well and good talking about what causes this and that and the other in quantum mechanics, but it's only when you see the net result in technological terms that you see the fruits of the labour of science. Well, that's not to say that the technology itself is science. It isn't. But, yeah. Anyway, the whole point in waffling our way through what science is and what it isn't and how you can vary and manipulate that which you assume causes effects you're studying, that's hypotheses construction, and the actualisation of that process being experimentation itself, is because there's been a lot of hijacking over the last 200-300 years of this process to infer that when pseudoscience priests say, this is why the stars do what they do, you have to accept it because they're under a banner of science, when they've not followed that process as described. They don't know what caused it. They're just giving you a just-so story. And they call themselves theoretical physicists and various other titles, astrophysicists, and they don't know. They've looked at what they've seen, and then they've decided to come up with a story, some of it based on mathematical extrapolation, most of it from flat Earth measurements. So that is the reason why we are covering Sabine talking about why people hate scientists. I don't really understand where she's going with that title, but we'll hopefully find out shortly. Good enough segue? We happy to move on?
Indeed, I just wanted to say something. Regardless if they can or not establish a cause as to why this phenomenon is happening in the sky, what it matters is in terms of geometry, they're going to need a surface level to describe this phenomena happening in the sky. So I don't see how this is going to help them at all. We're talking about elevation angles to the sky.
Yeah, the origins of the globe model are based in the measurements of angles to the stars. So their extrapolations and then reifications after the fact aren't really going to help them regardless of what they come up with in this video. So yeah, I completely agree, George. Okay, so you know the routine if you're a regular. Let Sabine know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. I'm going to put a link to her video in the live stream chat, which I'll bring up on screen so you can see what we are doing. The idea being that if Sabine was ever to respond to some of the critiques we offer here, she'd put a link to our video, so we could share in the YouTube algorithmic love that we are offering her when I send my audience to her to leave comments and likes and all those good things that people do when they go to a YouTube video, boosting it in the algorithm, as I'm damn sure this video will need. Nevertheless, it's called Why Do People Hate Scientists? If you click on the link, let Sabine know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with a polite comment with no swearing so it doesn't hit the algorithm or whatever it is to get immediately removed or trigger her to want to immediately remove it. But just politely let her know that we've responded to her video. And hopefully, like I say, she'd do the same for us if she was to respond to us. So, as I say, click that link, and I do mean that sincerely, if you're watching live now, I don't know how many people are watching currently. Let's have a look. Am I going to be slick enough to do this while I'm doing the call to action? Well, it drags out the call to action a bit, which is no bad thing. Viewer activity, analytics, there we go. Oh, it just gives me 2 dashes. I don't know how many people are watching. Anyway, please let her know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. That's hopefully bought enough time for some of you to have actually toddled along to do that.
Currently 75 people watching.
How many?
75.
75 of you out there. Too. At least
79.
one or two
Just
of you will hopefully go and let her know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. Also, as I'm doing it, please share the show. This show. Click that share button if you've not done so already. Right. Any comment on this before we move on? Actually covering it.
If Sabine brings up the name Cavendish, I will be impressed.
Well, we'll see. She's covering why people don't like her.
Just what's going on. Scientists are kind of annoying, all right, but are they any worse than other people?
I don't really understand why this stereotype that scientists would be annoying. You know, people who are following the scientific method and varying and manipulating causes to see if they influence that which is being researched, I wouldn't really understand why that could ever be defined as annoying. I mean, people be people and all that stuff. And some people are scientists, obviously. So there are some annoying people who are scientists, but I don't really understand this stereotype. It seems very non sequitur.
What gave me a pause were the results of this recent poll in the United States, according to which 7% of Americans think that scientists are not likable. 7%.
I mean, they're guilty of being assessed on a stereotyping fallacy. So, you know, the people who went through this process of answering the questions to give you this 7% statistic have answered within a stereotype fallacy. Do you suggest that farmers are all grumpy? I mean, there's some really cheery farmers and there's some really depressed farmers. This doesn't really seem like a very cogent question. But there we go, 7%. So we've got stats, so math is reality, and so therefore 7% of people fell for a stereotyping fallacy. How interesting.
Percent think that scientists overall are not likable? That seems a lot to me. Then again, for all I know, Americans think that...
I mean, it's all well and good, this computer working off the back of the discoveries in quantum mechanics that scientists have performed when doing experimentation. But having a nice computer, I mean, were they nice people? I mean, I really spend a lot of time thinking about that when I fire up Windows.
7% of people in general are not likable. One shouldn't
Yeah, that's kind of what I said.
extrapolate from a place where they eat deep-fried butter on sticks to the rest of the world, but we certainly see the same thing in other countries. In the UK...
What is she babbling about? I mean, she's giving out a non sequitur and then validating her own non sequitur with other non sequiturs that might come up in rebuttal. And now we're into following through with the stereotype fallacy by giving examples from within it. Oh, God, I really do not like covering Sabine.
A prominent case is Hilary Cass, a British physician who agreed to lead a review of the scientific evidence for medical treatments of transgender children. The report concludes...
Is that what this is really about? This is about her and her bias in the transgender agenda debate. That's all this really is. Oh my God.
Concluded, as several other reports before, that the evidence for the beneficiality of the treatment is generally weak. That's the same conclusion I came to in my video on the topic 2 years ago, and going by the verbal abuse that I had to endure, I was not surprised to read that Cass had to ask for police protection at some point.
Do we want to cover this? I mean, not only is it not related to flat Earth, it's not related to science in any way, shape or form. There's no natural phenomena being laid down, there's no cause and effect reasoning in a hypothesis, there's no experimentation, there's no theory, there's no nothing.
Yeah, it's a big nothing burger.
This is what passes for science in the medical community.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Oh, so it's an example of where I say people have been duped into believing that cause and effect reasoning and the scientific method's been adhered to when people offer them stats and opinions. Well, I kind of suppose it makes my point. It's just not related to us directly, is it?
Not entirely.
Not at all. Other than us exposing a particular pseudoscientist, which we've done many times before. Yeah, sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, we're 20 minutes into a live show, and I've got to be honest. I'm clicking away. We'll just chat amongst ourselves. I mean, there's been a weekend between the last FED and now, so hopefully we've got a lot to talk about, because I have got no backup. The only thing I've got is a TikTok video with a load of music on.
About.
You got something to talk about, have you, Neil?
Yes.
And we got gossip. We got a really, really low-hanging fruit fail-safe in the form of gossip about Jaren and Karen B. So, I mean, that's the low-hanging fruit that we might end up covering if worse comes to the worst. Go ahead, Neil. What have you got to talk about? Best not be that low-hanging fruit that I've got in reserve.
Well, I was just going to ask. I wasn't able to hear any of that because I had to go somewhere, but I would love to hear what happened with the witch and the devil.
Oh, no need. No need.
Nathan, what do you want me to call them? They display it.
Jaren and Karen.
They don't display characteristics of two human beings called Jaren and Karen.
They are. So let's not debate this. Anyway, what was it you wanted to talk about that isn't this?
Well, I wanted to talk more about what happened on Saturday in that video, because it seems that there's a lot of people jumping to the defense of what's can't be defended. I mean, the words were said, the question was asked, and there was a response. 20, I think, 24, what was the count?
Yes, there's going to be a lot of pain, Neil, because you've got to remember that there's people who are in a fold. Do you know what I mean by in a fold? And those people are going to be in a bit of cognitive dissonance right now, aren't they? They're going to be going, I don't like this. This makes me uncomfortable, so I'll attack the messenger as the person that's being pointed out to decry the movement you think you're part of. Therefore, is unambiguous in terms of what that means. Us pointing it out, it could defend what Dave has done when he's decried flat Earth. Yeah, it can be a big ball. It can be a big ball, can it, Dave? Flat Earth, Dave. Okay, well, defend that all you like. But accept that, okay, by defending it, you're a true Earther then. You're not a flat Earther. Okay, well, that's fine. You've been sold one thing and you're actually another. Well, you can either accept that or tell me I'm wrong, tell Neil he's wrong, defend the words of someone else that are explicit. But it is what it is now. The people who are now aware that they weren't really... I mean, maybe they didn't notice that there wasn't much being talked about when it came to flat Earth. Maybe they were acutely aware and were questioning it. I don't know, either way. But now you know the real score, don't you? And you can moan at the messenger all you like and defend the actions of somebody who's decrying his own movement as much as you like. But it is what it is, Neil. You're right.
Nathan, do you remember there was a time when we used to kid around and claim that he was the boss because people said that Dave Weiss gives us our script. There was a time when you protected his finances. He would send ballers here and they would have to prove the ball to get Bitcoin. I'm trying to appeal to these people that there was a time. And that time is over. And it's not because of what we say here.
I reckon Nathan could challenge Dave Weiss to get the free Bitcoin and actually convince, and he would be able to convince him that he lives on a globe.
Refracted said he could do it.
Yeah, that wouldn't be original. Refracted's already done that. Or suggested it. But why would I want to do that? I don't want to go out of my... That's what he's doing. That's what I'm moaning about.
Yeah, but I don't think you can now anyway, Nathan, because once you understand that it's measured flat, I don't care what you try. There's no way you can prove it's a sphere.
Well, the sphere proof comes from those measurements.
Correct.
The inference that it could possibly be a sphere started with measurements of an Earth that's flat. So the idea that it could be a bigger sphere, well, you only think it's a smaller sphere at radius 3959 because we measured it flat and then extrapolated out those measurements into a model to better explain epicycles. Okay. So we've got better explanation for epicycles. We now call them retrograde motion. Okay, that's what we got. I mean, it's good and all, but I mean, heliocentric model's very nice. It's good at predicting stuff. It's pretty good. It's not bad. Does that mean we're on a ball? No. But 300 years of being told that we are definitely on that ball that was invented by a man who took measurements of an Earth that's flat and the angles to stars and how they moved and extrapolated out a globe so we could better predict where those lights would be. Well, you can infer that we're on a sphere from that, and then when it's proven wrong because of the measurements being taken from a flat Earth, you could say, well, it could be a bigger ball. Okay, you can do that, but it just means you've divorced yourself from being a flat earther anymore. That's all it really means. And to all of you out there that are going, well, I'll defend Dave Weiss's position when he relinquishes himself of being a flat earther because he quite literally says it could be a ball, and he's not a flat earther, he's a true earther. Those two statements aren't subtle. It's explicit what's going on. Yeah? Now, it might have taken him and what he's been hiding from his audience all these years to be dragged out of him by the same question asked 20 times by Jesse, but he got there in the end, and now you all know. So now you all know. You deal with it as you want to deal with it. I know what I have done with this information is quite profound, because up until this point, literally till Saturday, even after we first covered it, it didn't make a great deal of difference. It's a bit of a shame that I can't now go, oh, Dave, do a better job as a flat earther. He ain't. But there's a bit more of a profound implication, which is to say we have been divorcing ourselves from the quote-unquote flat earth community because of Feast of Nonsense. And we're like, oh, it's the fault of the, the invisible hidden hand or powers that should not be. Whatever the reason we've got Feast of Nonsense out there, whatever farcical justifications we can come up with aside, the Feast of Nonsense is out there, and we've said it's in the flat earth community, therefore we're something separate. But in reality, it's the other way around. The community that has got people's interest, that's flat earth, regardless of if their searches are put towards Professor Dave and Dave McKeegan and all the rest of them, the public's interest is in flat earth as a subject. So when the people who we've divorced ourselves from because we assumed they were flat earth by majority, they're not. They've gathered up a whole bunch of people, certainly more than us, under their wing, under the pretenses of being people who talk about flat earth, but they don't talk about flat earth. So they're not flat earthers, and when asked explicitly 20 times, decry that they are flat earthers and postulate that it could be a very big ball. So, these people are going literally under the name of flat earth. I mean, it's outrageous at this point, but what it does mean is that I can say, no, I am the flat earther. I'm a real flat earther. Not a true earther, not a whatever earther. I'm a flat earther. And there's people out there who just like to hijack the interest in this subject to peddle whatever garbage they like to peddle. Globe debunkings are one of them. Because that's not flat earth, it's globe debunking. Well, we're not that, and we no longer need to divorce ourselves from flat earth as a community. We need to build the actual flat earth, the real, like people call themselves on Twitter, the real whatever person. Well, we need to be the real flat earth. Because that's what we are. That's what we represent now. We're left with the responsibility. It's a bit sudden and a bit of a shock. You're like, okay, so the community we thought we were divorcing ourselves from are now waking up to the fact that they're not actually in that community. They've been told they're in that community. The heading above the door is flat earth, but it isn't. Flat earth's above this door, and it really is flat earth in the classroom.
Well, the problem is we've created enemies on both sides.
What both sides? There's only two. There's our side that's flat earth that we were previously detaching ourselves from, and there's people who aren't flat earthers. That's it. So when you say, well, we pissed off the people who aren't flat earthers, like Dave Weiss, could be a big ball Dave. Oh, well, he's not on my side, is he? So who cares?
Right. So they're one enemy, but there's also an inner enemy that are supposedly flat earthers and are crying out that it's not measured flat. The reference is not the earth. So they're a problem too.
No, these people are all just our enemy when it comes to people who oppose us with no justification when we've overcome their rebuttals. In the case of the most form of the latter that you just mentioned, it's been 22 times that we've covered that subject. And we just get rumpus chanted through with the reassertion of a claim that we can't measure Earth flat over and over again through anything that we put to them without any acknowledgement of it. It's pathetic. Well, those people are no different. At least we know now. Why have Jaron and Bob and Dave and all these people opposed us all these years when we're trying to help them and advance the arguments for flat Earth? Well, it's because they were never flat earthers and they were never on our side. That's why they opposed us. They do oppose us. Yeah? He's not... This is a fact. You know, all the people that were under some false prophet of flat Earth, that's Dave Weiss, have suddenly realised he's not punting flat Earth. Quite the opposite. So you've either got to go, oh, I'll follow you anyway into your big globe Earth that you think it could be. Well, okay. You do that if that's what you want to do. But now you know what you're doing. You know, if you still want to peddle his fraud by calling him Flat Earth Dave and such like, then that's on you. Aiding, abetting. Right? You know it's a fraud. You know he's not a flat earther now. He's told you. So, you know, that's the end of that. He has always been our enemy. And when he was pretending to be our friend, because he was pretending he was promoting flat Earth, no, he wasn't. He was bleeding every last bit of the interest the public had in the subject to promote whatever he could turn into cash or promote in terms of his actual beliefs of very big ball or true Earth or whatever crap he's punting. It isn't flat Earth, though, is it? When asked, do you know it's flat, he couldn't say yes. And when push came to shove, no, there's two choices here. One of them's a ball. You've got that option from Flat Earth Dave. You're like, no, you're not recognising the guy's a charlatan at this point. I can't help you. I'm here just to promote Flat Earth, though. I'm wearing it right on my sleeves. I'm not pretending to be a Flat Earther, saying I'm going to talk about Flat Earth, and then doing nothing but talk about the globe, or nothing but talk about ether, or talking about simulations, or whatever other people's nonsense is. We don't do that here. And the people who do follow us praise us for it. So, you know, people know what the score is now.
The sad thing is, what was the question that led up to him saying it could be a bigger ball? I think he said, so what you're saying is it could be flat or it could be a ball. And then Dave Weiss said, correct, but it would have to be 1,000,000 times bigger. That's sad, because he told the guy that he was correct, that it could be a ball or flat. The uncertainty is off the charts.
In any event, we need to, and I've said this in the past as well, take ownership of the community in terms of what a real flat earther does. A real flat earther talks about flat Earth. It shouldn't really be in need of pointing out, but it is, and we are. And the people who have posed as flat earthers are now coming out and being exposed as not being flat earthers, that literally can't say yes when asked if you know Earth's flat.
Some flat earthers saying like what we're talking about and just being direct on it's measured flat. That's too complicated. It's not. They're sort of saying like the likes of Dave, Flat Earth Dave, and Whitsit are needed in the community to draw more people in. This is what some flat earthers are talking about, and there's not really much of a discussion when we just go straight to how the Earth is measured flat.
Yeah, but his name is deceiving people. Yeah, Flat Earth Dave. He's not a flat earther. He's not proving the Earth is flat. Not because the proof is not out there, just because he's unaware, or you know, he's being ignorant about the subject.
I don't know.
It's 2024. He should know better. If he is a flat earther, he should know better.
I think
You
what
can call yourself
people are
whatever you
saying,
like, but when asked if you know Earth's flat, you just say yes if you know Earth's flat. So, if nothing else, you conclude he does not know Earth is flat. So, from that point of view, at the bare minimum, to call yourself a flat earther, you must know Earth is flat. At the very least, that's why Jesse was asking him. So, you know, we reach that very low standard very easily. You know, we're flat earthers here, so that's to be expected. The people around us are pretending to be flat earthers because there's a public interest in the subject. They've got other stuff to talk about, obviously. But if you can call yourself I'm going to call myself name of subject matter that lots of people are interested in, Dave, then you'll capture those people. You don't have to talk about it or even believe in it, as the case is.
Yeah, but he was afraid. He had a fear because he could not properly break it down how he knows Earth is flat. So he had to compromise himself.
I mean, what he should have been saying is, when he's asked the question, well, I'm not called Flat Earth Day for nothing, mate.
Exactly.
By not saying he makes the antithesis true. He's called that Flat Earth Day for nothing. Just to capture the interest of the public. That's it. Just hijacking something people are searching for.
And I give credit to that guy. What's his name that interviewed him?
Jesse Lee Peterson.
Yeah, he stuck right to it and did not move.
He also made three conclusions.
Okay,
Go ahead,
okay,
Johnny.
sorry. Okay, can I talk? Yeah, okay. No, you have to understand also, it might be also because they don't do their homework. They don't know, they don't understand the elevation angle, and they don't understand the circle of equal altitude and what that really means. And because of that, they are in the old material and not doing or saying or understanding what it's really about. Just like
that's what I
is
just
trying
said,
to
Johnny.
tell us all.
He's afraid.
Yes, Johnny, absolutely. If they, to slightly paraphrase what you've said, if they understood the area of equal elevation, the elevation angle measurement, the circle of equal elevation, then they would know Earth was flat. And when asked, do you know Earth's flat? You go, yeah. And if they go, well, how? Well, because that's how we measure it with elevation angles. That's how our maps are developed. That's how we navigate the ground.
Okay, Nathan, but we are maybe a problem if we are calling this different names. I know it might be the same, circular equal altitude or circular equal elevation, but if you are a captain, you use the word or the term altitude, circular equal altitude. It doesn't mean anything. It just, but if you just say the same thing, then everybody will maybe understand it better.
Yeah, you're talking about an area that is measured with respect to the horizontal plane of reference that is Earth. You may indeed use the Earth itself in the form of the horizon to calibrate your tool to establish that horizontal plane of reference when measuring an elevation angle, with one of the lines being Earth.
Yeah, and they have to understand that it's the circle around the GP, and the bigger the angle is, the more area of a circle equal latitude you will get. If the sun is more far away from you, then you will get a bigger circle. If you are aiming to the star, getting the elevation angle to the star, that is very right over your head, then the circle will get smaller. That is kind of a distance, but you don't know the distance exactly because that's more difficult. But you know the distance if you go in the almanac and in the tables, and it has been measured through the years. Every position of every star above and the sun, and we understand also the Polaris is the middle point of it, and therefore we have circle of equal altitude that can be bigger the more far away you get from the Polaris circle, or maybe better to say from the GP of the Polaris.
Yeah, you're measuring, that's what you're trying to derive when you measure the angle. You're measuring with respect to the point below the star, which is its GP. So you can calculate the circle of equal elevation with respect to that GP once you've measured the angle with respect to a flat plane of reference. So the end result is a big, massive circle that you draw out that is only capable of deriving any measurements and distances and points on the ground to find where the hell you are, if you deal with Earth as a horizontal plane of reference, flat. So you can draw out these circles of equal elevation after measuring angles to stars with respect to their ground position that you look up in the almanac. Well, you've got, depending on how low the star is to the horizon, a wider and wider and wider circle. If the star's very close to the horizon, it means you've got an absolutely vast area of equal elevation. As Captain Johnny's just pointed out, they prefer to call it circle of equal elevation. Oh no, altitude. Sorry, a circle of
Yeah, I was
right,
trying
circle of
to
equal
that's the
altitude.
term.
Yeah. So I'll start using that if that's what they use on boats. I'd rather use the right terminology. So a circle of equal altitude. But that is exactly as the name suggests, equal altitude. Anyway, yes, exactly, Johnny.
If I can add to
Nathan,
that,
have you?
George, then Neil.
No, go
go
ahead,
ahead.
George.
Yeah, sorry. If you're using an elevation angle to the sun, your circle of equal altitude goes from the northern part of the whatever, yeah, to the southern part and back. Is a circle with the sun's GP right in the middle of that circle. Now, what I want to emphasize is that is proof of how extensive the equatorial plane must be. And that is for one circle of equal altitude, just to the sun. Because the sun is meant to be on the equator. So if that is the ground position of the sun, that circle of equal altitude must be vast and extensive.
Yeah, what you're saying is if you're viewing the sun beyond the equator and deriving areas of equal elevation with the sun, and you've already established your positional data with respect to Polaris, and you're right at the minimum, you're on the equator, then what you've got is a system that's already established with Polaris to your left, say, that's tens of thousands of miles of flat, and then you're using the sun to your right, just say for the sake of ease of explanation, that's again potentially tens of thousands of miles in that direction that's all flat, and you're in the middle of it drawing circles of equal elevation to plot your positional data if you're lost by drawing 3 circles with respect to what you've plotted out with angles measurement off a flat plane. So therefore what you end up with when you plot all this out on your flat map is massive areas of equal elevation, circles of equal altitude in all directions, flat in every direction for it to function, and it does. That's how it functions.
Yeah, I remember when 10th broke it down. I was blown away. I mean, I understood immediately, and I was like, "Oh my goodness, Earth is flat." I mean, there's no denying it now. You can't even come against it now. Now, my question is, did you not try to explain this to Jaron or David Weiss, and they just shut you down?
Not David Weiss. No, I had to try and
overcome that is the
Jaron's
problem.
objections.
They are not doing the homework.
Johnny's obviously been chatting to Jaron. You go ahead, Johnny.
Yeah, but that's the problem. They are sort of too lazy. I'm trying to say they are too easy, and they are staying with old material, and they are not updating themselves. They are not doing their homework. And also, that I will say, if they
we've got train wreck.
You have a postcode system.
Mike's complete train wreck with you dropping out and stuff. So we can't understand you at the best of times because your accent, no offence, but you're dropping out as well. So you're roboting, dropping out, and we can't understand you.
Yeah, he probably didn't even hear my question to you. That's why he started talking.
Possibly, he's probably got internet connection. That's why he's rumpusing us. It's not intentional.
I just have to say then, I hope you will grab it. It's about the circles will intersect into each other. And that's also part of the GPS system and the coordinate system, how all of the circles intersect to each other will give you the position of from every point you are measuring from.
Right.
I hope you understand that.
No, I understand. You're saying it's used for GPS in the same way on the Mercator projection, I'll add. Yes. No, I agree. Go ahead, Neil.
No, my question to you was, have you ever broke it down to them, for them, or you tried and they just shut you down?
Well, not for Dave, no, but for Jaron, yes. I tried to break it down, and he offered up his feigned attempt at Mattoon's rebuttal with tangent planes off Dingleberry dangling earth beneath. And I explained to him that you can't have ground positions on a line that's extended out to space. It wasn't acknowledged. Nevertheless, his rebuttal that he'd got from McToon was overcame. Rather than acknowledging the flat plane, argued as a tangent point that won't have ground positions that is required. You know, that sinking in as a... So they're using a flat plane that they're calling a tangent. It's also labelled surface level in their maths. That they need for this angle. And it can't have ground positions if it's got a dingleberry globe Earth beneath it. And it does have ground positions and is used and is measured. Was that recognised and acknowledged? No, but it was explained to Jaron. By me, personally, to him on a live show.
Yeah, there's no excuse.
There you go. You know, even people like Dave McKeegan will confirm it. So this is his comment to One Deck. Can't use elevation angles alone to measure height on a globe because you need a triangle with a flat baseline with a known length to the GP of the object in the sky. That's right, Dave. You can't get the height, you can't do it on a globe, and you do need a flat baseline along the length to the GP. So Dave gets it, you need a flat Earth for this angle measurement called an elevation angle. He gets it. Jaron, on the other hand, wanted to argue some crappy point from McToon, rather than understand and acknowledge, as Dave McKeegan's managed to do, that Earth must be measured flat for these elevation angle measurements to GP points on the ground, with a flat baseline on the ground. So we can use flat maps with flat baselines for flat circles, representing the ground for ground positions that are the ground that's flat. We all clear? Earth's flat. That's how it's measured. Like I say, Dave McKeegan gets it. And he understands how it can't work on a globe. Because you can't get these angles off a globe. You have to have a flat Earth for them.
Yeah, what's that citation you always use, Nathan? The one that has the observer standing on the reference frame?
Sustainable by design. Solar elevation angle is the line imaginary between yourself and a point in the sky, in this case the sun, and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. It's an elevation angle measurement. But that's according to Sustainable by Design. I've actually got 20 of them. It's just that's the first one on the list when I open that list. That's why you hear that one all the time. There's loads of them.
Yeah, I love that one because it has them standing on it. And there's also some that say Earth itself, correct?
Yeah, they're all saying the same thing because it's just describing what it is. It's an angle with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. So you need a horizontal plane of reference, and it's going to be dealing with ground positions that are on the ground. So it's not ambiguous, is it? It's extremely unambiguous because they're detailing it overtly. You're measuring an angle with respect to the ground. Of course you are. It's an elevation. Oh, what's elevation? What, height above the ground? So it's definitely the ground. As I'll say once more, the rebuttal that Jaron offered, because he's a flat earther and would be offering globe earth rebuttals for this stuff, obviously, being a flat earther and all, told me about our tangents work with dingleberry earths. I mean, we're very familiar to the point where we're nicknaming the dangling Earth below a tangent plane as a dingleberry, because we've discussed it so much and have nicknames for these things. Jaron regurgitated what he got from Toon on one live show discussion, and accepted it, carte blanche, and then challenged me with it.
Yeah, but the problem is that Jaron agrees with Mick Toons that that's how it's done. Celestial navigation on a sphere.
Of course, because that's what flat
And that's a
earthers do.
problem.
They generally agree with the globe earth, anti-flat earth rhetoric of how things work on a sphere when you're a flat earther. That's normal. Or they have been our enemy the whole time. And when they pretended to be our friends, they were making friends with us so they could stab us in the back and betray us because they were never flat earthers to begin with. That's why Jaron's arguing for our tangent plane works with a dingleberry globe beneath it. Why would he be putting that to me if he's a flat earther? Answer, he wouldn't. Why would Dave be telling you it could be a massive ball? Well, because he isn't a flat earther. Jaron's not a flat earther. They wouldn't be challenging flat earth proofs if they were. They wouldn't be offering globe earth arguments non-stop if they were. They're promoting globe earth arguments the whole time.
Yeah, there's an English word for it. I think it's called scammer.
Yeah, there's an interest in this subject. People want to hear about it. The majority of them want to hear how our globe earth works. So that's what they go through non-stop. So what do? Well, we're the antidote. We cover what a flat Earth does, and our globe Earth will be using what a flat Earth does. That's what we do. So we just have to shine above and outshine the competition that have hijacked the interest in the subject by pretending to be us. They're pretending to be what we do. We are flat earthers. They are pretending to be flat earthers. What a shock. We said it all along. Don't fall for the next guru. But now you got a name, haven't you? You're all true earthers. You thought you were flat earthers. That is to say, you adhered to the demonstrable flat nature of the reality we dwell atop. You thought that. You weren't. You true earthers now, so just relabel yourselves. And if you start calling yourselves flat earthers when you're not, we'll be much more overt about that fact. Yeah, don't call yourself a flat earther just because your guru lies about being one. Yeah? What's this ether? Isn't that true earth garbage? You're not flat earthers. Stop pretending to be flat earthers. We're flat earthers, and we take great offence when charlatans steal our good name of being flat earthers to pretend to be them so they can punt their wares to unsuspecting people with an interest in flat earth. Send them to us, because we're the real deal. Don't deal with the charlatans who are selling you some garbage and can't even tell you, yes, I know Earth's flat when asked. Just don't deal with them anymore. Now you know what's going on. And if they are being interviewed, people like Flat Earth Dave in quotes, next time he gets interviewed by somebody, I'll be just as abrasive with the host. Why are you dealing with these charlatans that aren't really flat earthers and have admitted so? Why are you interviewing him? Do you not want to deal with the real flat earth? You'd rather deal with the charlatans that don't talk about it, that can't even admit that it is flat. You'd rather deal with them, would you? Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you deal with the pretend flat earthers over there, Mr. Mainstream. We'll be here when you're ready to deal with the real flat earth. That's what this boils down to. People aren't ready to deal with the real flat earth.
Yeah, but that's by design,
they need pretend
Nathan.
flat earth. That's what they need. Dave represents a pretend version of a flat earth that people aren't ready for. And duping them into thinking that they're studying that subject because they've typed it into a search engine and found Dave McKeegan and want a real version of it. Then they find Dave, another fake version of what we deal with, flat earth. That's what we actually deal with. People aren't ready, so they get him. Now they know he's a charlatan. Hopefully they'll find their way to us so they can get some actual flat earth information and get on with their day.
No, Nathan, I don't think so. This is by design. I'm sorry. They're picking who they want to speak to. They are not going to choose us because they know what's going to happen.
Yeah, and they'll get called for it. This guy has admitted he can't even admit that Earth is flat. Can't even say the words. Why are you interviewing him? You want a flat earther? Earth is flat. There you go. I'm a flat earther, not a charlatan pretending to be one. So you want to interview Dave? Well, that makes you complicit.
And then we ask us, why do we really have to go to Antarctica and talk about the 24-hour sun if we know the Earth is massive flat? Okay, we can do that just to, like a confetti, you know what I mean? Yeah, okay, let's do it. But people are very scared. It can be some kind of hoax, fake, or whatsoever can happen. But we know better. If we know better, nothing changed. The Earth is massive flat, but everybody is talking about 24-hour sun in Antarctic. What do you say about that?
About Antarctica, we covered this in the pre-show. It's an affirming the consequent fallacy. If Earth is a sphere, then we'll have 24 hours of sunlight. That is to say, the sun will be above the horizon for a 24-hour period in Antarctica. We may, that's where it stands, observe a 24-hour sun above the horizon in Antarctica. Therefore, we may confirm Earth's a sphere. No, you'll affirm the consequent. That's what you'll do. You'll also assume antipodal positioning. That is to say, if I assume that when I travel south, I am automatically antipodal from where I began, then if I observe 24-hour sun above the horizon, we have the automatic assumption begging the question fallacy of antipodal positioning and sphere Earth? No. That's an antipodal positioning begging the question fallacy. You're supposed to be proving Earth's sphere, not assuming that you're travelling antipodal from your position. That's a begging the question fallacy.
I agree, and also there is no no proof, and there is nothing that is showing anything like that. We can see the sun is going a circle away from the shoreline of Antarctica, but it doesn't matter because we have shown the Earth is measurable flat. What's happening up over your head and what's happening with the sun is not relevant to that measurement, because measurement is the Earth is measured flat and everything is like that. And if light is something is happening with the light is not really has nothing to do with it.
Technically,
But
isn't it
it's
proven
shown.
flat Earth? Right? Because you got to take measurements to that sun that's staying in that position. Right? I think it's more of a flat Earth proof.
I covered this. If you imply measurements, then
Exactly.
yes. Then you can immediately point out that the measurements of the angle with respect to the horizon requires a flat Earth to describe. But you don't necessarily need to infer any measurements if you simply go down and observe a claimed to be phenomena in Antarctica where the sun is above the horizon for a 24-hour period, moving in a 360-degree motion around your body throughout the day. Well, if that is the case, then that is legitimately an observed phenomena that you could study. But it doesn't mean that when you got to Antarctica, you were upside down, that's to say antipodal from where you began. Now, if the people travelling down there assume that Antarctica is antipodal from where you began, then you're automatically begging the question that whatever you observe affirms the consequent that Earth is a sphere because you observe a phenomena. Now, the affirming the consequent is the non sequitur part of the P not following Q. Yeah? So if P, Earth a sphere, then insert natural phenomena here. Natural phenomena inserted here, therefore Earth's a sphere. No. Your non sequitur, your non sequitur affirming the consequent fallacy isn't a proof of Earth's sphericity. And it does demonstrate that you're begging the question by antipodal assumption. Now, that is the summary of the flaw in the logic of assuming that observing a 24-hour sun, which we may or may not do, I've had first-hand testimony that say it's not the case from somebody who spent 18 months down there, but let's say he was wrong and just didn't notice, then even if we do observe a 24-hour sun, which we do in the north 24-hour sun isn't in any way proof that we've got a globe Earth beneath our feet. Why would the south? Oh, well, if we assume that we're antipodal when we get there. Well, you've already begged the question before you observe a damn thing, so who cares? This is absolutely riddled.
Well, I appreciate it, Nathan, if you would stop begging the question. Hold on. Nathan's begging the question today, and I'm a little tired of it by saying when they go down there.
Yeah, I'm using it within their example of antipodal assumptions. Of course I'm going to say down there. I can phrase it in reality. As we travel out towards the horizon following a compass that only works with respect to a flat plane, we travel outwards towards the horizon. As we do so, the stars and everything they do remains above our head the entire time. And then when we arrive in the south, having travelled south with respect to a plane, by way of the direction and systems of navigation that we utilise in order to do so, we arrive there and look up above the stars and see what they're going to do. Or look at the sun and see what it's going to do. Okay? Where did we get anything to do with the globe out of that? We didn't! So how do we insert it? We say the word down and we assume antipodal positioning when we do our journey out towards the horizon with respect to north that only works on a flat plane.
Yeah, but either
I got it.
down on
You're
the
doing it
sphere, that's the
deliberately.
problem.
Of course! Everything I do is measured, Neil. Whoever that was from Discord, go ahead.
The problem is you don't have down on the sphere. Up and down is in respect to a surface plane, level plane.
Yeah. Even their antipodal assumption in the first place is derived from a celestial hemispherical system with Polaris that has been expanded out as we've discovered the new worlds and described as a South Pole-centric system with a star that doesn't exist, that isn't visible. So you've got two hemispherical systems on a flat plane. Now, if you then describe one sandwiched antipodal from the other, that is south and north, you then have the celestial sphere with two flat planes, one antipodal from the other. That's the actual system that is used. Both are using angles to their respective hemisphere, a view from a Polaris-centric position and a south-centric position, if you want to describe it that way. Well, that's the celestial sphere. Both are using flat planes!
Yes, indeed. And again, if you're using the sun to navigate throughout the day, you're going to use elevation angles to the sun. Even when you reach the shoreline of Antarctic and observing the sun above the horizon, you're still going to use the sun's GP to plot your position throughout the day. They'll be proving a flat plane.
Yeah, I hate to say it, man. Like Nathan, some of us have known about Dave and Jaron being fakers for a long time, bro. And even in the last couple of weeks, you defended Dave kind of when I pointed out when he said space makes more sense on flat Earth. Like, what flat earther would say that, man? After all these years, space makes more sense on flat Earth.
I remember when you said that, and that's the key question. What flat earther would ever say that? The answer is no flat earther would ever say that. Therefore, the Scientism is not a flat earther.
He's not a flat earther, man. Yep.
Unless let me defend him. Unless he wasn't able to articulate that the description for those lights in the sky will require a flat plane. Maybe that's what he meant to say.
I think when he says space makes more sense, he's also talking about outer space beyond Antarctica. That's his line of reasoning, usually.
No, that's our line of reasoning. We say
Exactly.
outer space, describing the area out towards the horizon.
No, he just doesn't have the basic arguments down. Like the fact that he was afraid that he said he was tipped, that if he said when they asked him about mountains, he didn't want to say the earth is flat because of the mountain question. That's what he was afraid of, and that's why he didn't say the earth is flat. Like he's not ready to answer that the mountains are measured in respect to sea level. In other words, horizontal plane of reference required to describe the heights of mountains.
Exactly. It goes back to what Johnny was saying.
He doesn't.
They're not doing homework on this. They're not spending any
man.
time on this.
No, they're just sucking up the PR and interest from the public.
Well, if you navigate in the oceans, you're more interested in the seabed than in the mountains. No one is concerned about that because everything is in respect to the surface level, the horizontal plane. Yeah.
It's kind of sad when you think about it, right? I could spend so much time on a topic and not be able to stand behind your namesake, for goodness sake.
I think when you're new, you are, aren't you? Because I mean, when I was new, I didn't know Earth was flat. I believed it because I didn't have any evidence to put forth to anybody. I just believed it was flat from observations around me. But like you say, but then you get talking to people, you get learning the arguments, and Dave's probably never even used Black Swan argument. I've never heard him mention it. I mean, he should be just reeling that off.
Yeah, but this is like, let me give an analogy with Star Wars. Everyone loves Star Wars, yeah? It's like the young Jedi, is with his helmet, he can't see anything and he needs to predict where the attack is coming from, So this guy, flat earthers, holding a lightsaber, being attacked by everywhere, and they cannot hit the target. They fail time after time. That's what it is.
Hey, listen, we cut him some slack on his first debate. Was it with that Dave guy? We cut him some slack. He was just getting in the arena. That's when he was still sitting around that he was the boss. But my goodness, I don't want no part of this guy. I'm glad he declared himself not a flat earther or true earther. On you go.
But that recent chat he did, it wasn't a debate. He was just having a chat with a guy. He had a fantastic opportunity to get the message out there. The Earth is flat and it's measured flat, and this is how it's done. That's all he had to do. I don't think the guy would have I don't think the guy was an anti-flat earther who was talking to him. So if Dave would have put that information across, correctly, and for people to understand, then it would have been fantastic. But 20 times, for God's sake.
One deck, because he knew the question that would follow. The question that would follow was, well, how do you measure it flat? And that's what he was afraid of. Well, David Weiss, come on in. Like you're going on 24/7, pop in as a hero. Well, pop in over here and we'll educate you. So you don't have to be afraid. Come on in. The water's warm. Just a bunch of hippos.
Come on, you can prove the Earth is flat even with a barometer. 14.7 psi at sea level. Come on. Anyone can do it. You can prove the Earth is flat in so many different ways. It's unbelievable. Like John used to say, and shout out to you, my friend. Yeah. In every situation, they're going to need a flat plane for it. So I'll give you whatever argument, yeah, but you'll have to concede they're going to need a flat plane.
Yeah, the problem could also be that if he is listening, he's hearing people like Bev and Lumpy and others who are professing correctly that you're not measuring the Earth, you're measuring the reference. It's not the Earth you're measuring. Hearing things like that and not doing the proper research, he concludes that, no, I can't say Earth is flat because of mountains. What a dummy.
Yeah, but the problem with that statement is that what you're measuring is in relationship to a grid system with ground positions plot on them, you know? Your destination is on it, and your destination is pinpointed by longitude and latitude system. Yeah, that is the reference. Your chart where you're plotting these things, it has the flat Earth measurements all over it. The distances between these points is this much because everything has been mapped out. That's how it's done. They have nowhere to go.
All you got to do is spend a couple of minutes in here and you'll be okay.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, I'm speechless as well.
Yeah, after Saturday, we reviewed it partially. I was not expecting what I heard Saturday. I mean, that was utterly ridiculous to insinuate, yeah, well, if it's a ball, it'd have to be 1 billion times bigger. Oh, my God. Are you serious? 10 years in the arena? 10 freaking years? And this is what you got?
Well, Black Swan has at least 4 years.
Riley used to say that. He used to drive me crazy.
I mean, his exact quote is, I was warned that if I said the Earth was flat, he would go directly to me not believing in mountains. Why don't you and your crew get on his show and let everyone know how it's done?
That's what was said?
That's what he said to me in a YouTube comment. Like, he replied to what I said to him directly.
Yeah,
and
we
said
just talked about it a few minutes ago. But
Yeah.
They don't want to talk to us. Why don't Dave put a word in, like when he said sending people to Nathan to protect his Bitcoin? Why don't Dave put a word in and say, hey, this is a guy you would like to talk to. His name is Nathan Oakley. He runs a daily debate show called Flat Earth Debate Live. Why won't he do
Hold on a
that?
second. It just replied to that comment just now. You should send him a link of this show.
No, that was
Yeah,
like
well, I'm talking to you, Dave.
yesterday or the day before.
Well, he'll be paying attention. So this is Neil Cosentino talking to you, David. I won't even call you I'll just call you by your name, David Weiss. Why don't you put in a word? The same word you used to put in to send ballers to us to protect your money. Now put a word in. Why don't you promote Nathan? Like Nathan constantly promoted you guys before you went off the frickin' rails.
We are promoting him right now.
Get me started with these frickin' people.
Well, I mean, Dave Weiss has a very neat carnival show that he packs up and, you know, he travels from place to place with it, and he doesn't change it. Like I said, I haven't paid him any attention in 3 years, and he's saying the exact same stuff I first heard when I first became a flat earther almost 5 years ago. Like he's got his little
we see
picture of the
too
solar
far.
system corkscrewing. Yeah, exactly. Well, we see too far, so either Earth's flat or it's a million times bigger. It's like, okay, what the, you know, ugh.
Who was that other guy who came on and said like we don't feel the Earth spinning because we've always been spinning?
Yeah, I remember. I don't know who it is, but I remember him saying that.
Oh, so we
He's
got
part
used
of
to the
the.
spinning, huh?
Yeah, we got
He's
used to
like
the
one of.
spinning.
He's like
Oh,
Jesse Peterman's weatherman, or
They
Jesse
say,
Lee
oh,
Peterman.
Dave,
The
you
earth
mean?
spins all right. It never had a hangover.
Oh man,
Like I say, Dave.
I literally think, guys, that the stationary nature of Earth is one of the most, like one of the best points on and arguments, if you will, for our side. And I just don't understand why it's not being talked about, because everything that moves on and above the Earth is in respect to Earth being stationary.
Yeah.
Why is this argument not also on the front? I just don't understand, man. Because there's no rebuttal for it. Earth is
Well, he should have.
stationary. That's just the way it is, man. Everything that moves on and above Earth is in respect to stationary nature of Earth.
Mm. When that guy asked that question about how, like, oh yeah, Earth's spinning, it's just we've been here since our entire lives and stuff, so of course we're not going to notice it. I was expecting Dave Weiss to give a Dave Weiss answer. Go, what about the astronauts when they leave? When if they get sick? Like once they're no longer on a spinning thing, like, he just, I don't know. He makes a lot of money
I'm
on it, I
serious.
guess. That's like his income, which is fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but yeah, he's just not very good at it.
If he makes a lot of money, you would think by now he would update the script, but it's the same script over and over. Like, how do you not get lazy?
Well, yeah, but
No,
I
I'm
mean, I was
serious. I'm
super
talking to.
drawn to Dave Weiss when I first got into the subject. He grabbed my attention real quick with his little corkscrewing solar system and, talking about seasons and how the sun in the heliocentric model is closer to Earth in the wintertime than it, I mean, like some of his stuff, it did make me question heliocentrism, but it's not debunking anything.
That's what I was saying earlier, though. Some people do think he's got a purpose for the newcomers coming in. Like you say, you was interested in him when you first got started, but now you've progressed. He's just sticking with the same script. You've progressed, and now you can see that what he's talking about now isn't actually flat Earth proof. He's pointing out some of the discrepancies with the heliocentric model. Just we see too far and all that palaver, but he doesn't go into any detail of any further. He's just saying, oh, this looks funny and that doesn't work and that looks stupid and sun shouldn't do this. He's not going into any detail or anything. He's just saying, well, look, it doesn't look like this is happening. That's all he's doing.
No, I hate his whole approach. Constantly reminding people of the ball, constantly putting people on the ball with the we see too far nonsense. Listen, it's 2024. Back then, we didn't have what we have now. Now, since 1st Jan 2020, we've got the Black Swan followed up by celestial navigation, Earth measured flat. It's time to progress. All right? No newcomer nonsense. You want to deal with newcomers? Tell them Earth is measured flat.
Yeah, this is what everyone was looking for. The measurements of Earth. Not just saying it's flat. No. It's beyond that. It's measured flat. People not coming to terms to that yet. With that yet, I don't know what they're waiting for.
Right, they
That's
asked
how
for a
it's
silver
measured.
bullet. They got a silver bullet, and they still want to use a bat to take someone out. Hello?
We're not killing vampires here, Neil.
Well, it takes years to master the Force.
And how do we measure the Earth flat, George?
With elevation angles.
Precisely. And I've never liked that term, we see too far.
Me either.
It's more correctly is we see too much.
Even that. Think about it.
Even
We see
that,
too much.
exactly.
What do you mean too much?
That
You see,
things
because
that
it's there,
should
it's
be
visible.
obscured by curvature are visible.
That would be bigger the question.
Yeah. What do you mean should be?
Supposedly.
Yeah, but that's putting yourself back in the ball with them too. So look, we see because we see.
That's the whole purpose of vision. Look, it's there.
We see it optically. Oh yeah, well I hope so.
Yeah, can you see any other way? Only in dreams.
You got light attenuation coming from Witsit. We got the nonsense we heard Saturday. I mean, come on. When are people gonna wake up and smell a coffee?
Well, light attenuation is part of physics there, that dimmer objects are always obscured by brighter objects.
I don't know why you're upset, Neil. I'm having fun with this. I mean, this is, more content to comment
Okay,
on. This is lots of
I'm
fun.
gonna tell you why I'm upset, George. Because we're not getting the promotion. He used to promote Nathan when Nathan was protecting his Bitcoin. I want the same promotion now. If you claim that you're a flat earther and you want this to go broad and wide and the world to know you can't answer a simple question, then promote us.
Yeah, but I think we should do the other way around. You know? Instead of commenting on Dave's performance, we should be commenting on the other guy's performance on his show, on his channel. So the comments should come there. If you really want to if you really want to interview Flat Earther, here is our contact, because we have this, that, and that, and that, to say about what happened in your interview, so-called interview.
Yeah,
Because that guy is not, he doesn't have the answers you're looking for.
I agree. I agree 100%. We can do that. But we could also get a little help. I remember Nathan shouting them out all the time. All the people that are against us now, Nathan constantly promoted them in their YouTube channels, even ballers, because he has his YouTube hat on and he promotes fellow YouTubers. Okay? So now promote us. Okay? You got the connection, you got the in. Well, if you say who you say you are, get us in.
Yeah, but my point remains the same. I mean, instead of criticizing Witsit, I would criticize the people who interviewed Witsit and say, hold on a second, I'm sure you're frustrated because you didn't find the answer to this and that question. You know, if you really wanted those answers to be those questions to be answered, here is my contact.
Yeah, but George, I think that's done by design. They're doing that deliberately. The bottom line is they don't want to talk to anyone that can demonstrate that Earth is measured flat beyond the shadow of a doubt, that could stand there and say, yes, Earth is measured flat. They don't want that. They want to grab these clowns because they could do exactly what was done, we witnessed on Saturday, to make them look like fools, make flat earthers stumble and stammer over their words. This is what they want.
That's what Jesse did to Dave.
That's correct. Stumble and stammer and like Spider in Goodfellas.
They're expecting us to have a size for Earth. Look, the Earth have this radius or this size or this area, whatever you want to describe. It doesn't work like that. You cannot have a whole Earth ever. Your reference points go beyond the limitations. You know, if you're in the North Polaris, your reference point is not visible at some point, and it goes with other celestials. Meanwhile, you're just using surface level and elevation angles to these lights in the sky to pinpoint your position on the ground with ground positions. That's how it's done.
Okay, but George, but you have to understand also the so-called hemisphere, celestial hemisphere, it looks like it's around you, because what you see is a hemisphere because of how you view everything that you see around you is like a circle, and if you're looking up under the elevation, it is like a hemisphere, right?
Sorry, John, I already addressed that before. The so-called hemisphere is based on the sun's position overhead. Yeah. If you're using the sun's position, ground position of the sun, doing a circle of equal altitude around the sun, it cannot be a hemisphere anymore because you have a circle of equal altitude.
Yeah,
and
so
if you
at
wait
your
20 minutes, and if you wait 20 minutes and you use the sun's position again in 20 minutes time, you have a second circle of equal altitude. So this hemisphere, obviously, it's begging the question of the sphere, because there is no sphere in this geometry. It's a
okay,
flat plane.
George, can we say then it's because of our perspective and understanding to look into the distance? It's
No,
like,
what we can say is that we are referencing a horizontal plane of reference all the time.
yeah,
That's how it's
but I am
measured.
talking
We are
about,
measuring to be flat.
I'm talking about because of folk understand it and they're seeing like that. So, but it's not. Do you know what Cossy's plane is? It's the same. That's under and that's over. It's the same. So the so-called space, has to be a flat then. What do you say about that, George? It's very confusing, I know, but people
That's
are
how it's.
thinking this.
If you're going to describe the celestials in relationship to the surface, yeah, I agree with that statement. Everything is running parallel.
Yeah, of course it is running parallel, but is it?
Yeah, the elevation of every single celestial is up to 90 degrees, never more than 90. 90 is right above your head. Any vector you go, you'll have minus than 90, so never more than 90 degrees, because you have an acute angle to a right angle triangle. That's your elevation.
Yeah, that's maybe because you are in the middle of the circle, and if you are in a closed system, then you have to, something has to change in the
It's the
east.
circle. Let's focus on the circle, not the coast system or not. Yeah, the circle. That's why it needs to be a circle of equal altitude. Those 90 degrees, yeah, that right angle. You need to spin it around Polaris to have a circle of equal altitude. And as
Sure,
you
so you
go further
understand that.
away, that right angle triangle, you'll spin it again, and you have your latitude again. And you move
Sure, so you
further away,
understand.
and you spin it again, you have a greater circle of equal altitude. I mean, latitude. That's how it's done. And that's for the grid system that we use for navigation.
I hope you understand. I'm playing the devil's advocate there, and but because there is question in the air.
I know you're being a John Wayne. I know.
John Wayne. I
No,
don't
we
know.
thought you were a baller, Johnny.
No, we didn't. We didn't at all.
Can
I check for a second?
Well, I don't know. His claims on Ether, I don't know with Johnny sometimes.
Yes, we can hear you, Len. Was that Len?
Yeah, cheers, Nathan. Yeah, I came across a podcast a little while ago. It's Johnny Knoxville's podcast called Pretty Sure I Can Fly. And in this particular episode, he had the son of Augustus Picard. That's quite an interesting podcast if anyone's got the chance to listen. Unfortunately, it's not hosted on YouTube, so I don't know if you'd cover it. But yeah, he kind of, well, there's one thing pretty much all flat earthers know about Picard and what he said it looked like while he was up there. But his son says a completely different thing. And there's also how he helped Einstein with something. It's quite an interesting listen. I can't remember everything off the top of my head, but if anyone's got any time to bring it to FAD, that would be pretty cool.
Yeah, if you can stick a link to whatever you've got in the Discord server, someone will pick up on it and hopefully send it along to me so we can have a look. Or it doesn't matter which platform it's on. If it's available and I can cover it, I can still cover it.
That would have been good to cover today.
Right, cheers, guys.
Well, he proved the flat plane before he took off. He was going to refer to his elevation from the surface.
Yes.
I have to say, Neil have been very, very active all on the stream. So he's getting hot. But I am not talking about the ether anymore. It's not relevant to if the Earth is flat or not. So it's not making any big difference.
It's not relevant to anything, Johnny.
So,
it just falls into the category of unprovable. So what we do here is, if you can validate what you claim, then we kick it out. We tear it apart.
Oh, you are the John Wayne. You're trying to be a John Wayne, but relax now. You are not John Wayne. You can never be a John Wayne. You're not that.
No one
I'm
said
not trying to
Wayne,
be
but
John
you.
Wayne. I'm not trying to be John Wayne. I'm trying to
John Wayne.
I like you, Johnny, and I love that you're a captain and you understand and you could break down celestial navigation probably better than anybody.
They all missed that,
Right?
George. Don't reiterate it. I caught it the first and second time, but just leave it.
I understand, you know, I'm also with you, but you don't have to be John Wayne and shooting from your hips all the time. You just take it easy, just a little bit.
Hey, John,
Maybe.
just remove your globe hat off. Yeah, it doesn't suit you. Put your flat earth hat back on.
I have nothing
Be
to
a
do with
captain.
it.
Be the
Hold
skipper.
on. Here's the thing, Georgie. I never tell anybody how to be. You be who you are. Why does everybody always tell me how I need to be? I find it quite disturbing.
No, he said he was
never
playing
said
a part of a bowler. That's why I said what I said. But Nathan said not to say anymore, so I won't say it.
Telling you to be
I'm not
quiet.
Maybe you'll
talking
get
to
it
you.
on the recording.
Saying shush.
I'm just saying relax. You can say what you want, but I say relax. Yes, that's what I say. That's all.
See, here we go again. I don't tell anybody to relax, calm down, get more
You can
excited.
do that. There's nothing wrong to say people to relax if they are too excited.
Hello, Nathan.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Nathan. Hello. Can you hear me?
Seems you can't hear me.
I can hear you now. Yeah. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh yeah. Can I? I'm new. My name's T. I'm new to flat Earth debate, and I just want to say it's my first time here. The subject you're talking about, I studied this subject 12 years ago, and I actually agree with everything Nathan says about trigonometry, triangulation, celestial navigation. You can't have a horizontal line on a ball or a sphere. I just want to say how much of a legend Nathan is because I know Nathan's talking the truth, and it's very difficult for people to accept flat Earth because they haven't studied the subject. But all since they were a child, all they've known is a ball or sphere. I think the educational system is a bit of a lie. Hello?
Yeah, I homeschool my two
Yeah,
kids.
we're listening to you.
Hello, can you hear me?
What is your point? We all hear you.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. You're good.
Hold
Go
on,
ahead.
hold on,
Hello,
hold on.
everyone, calm down.
Talking.
Number one, if his point wasn't really obvious, Nathan's ace. That's his point. Thank you very much. I really appreciate all the compliments. The thing I'm more intrigued to hear is you said you were learning about this 10 years ago. So that would mean that you pretty much predated me. Did you say 10 or 12 or what was the number you gave?
I said 12 years ago because I'm a researcher. I do a lot of studying, and I came across your channel about 12 years ago. Nathan really caught my attention. I was thinking, who's this guy? Because your approach to flat Earth is quite different. You're quite like direct and simple when it comes to all the flat Earth evidence, and people. It's the way you go your approach, your rant, and it's quite hilarious because it took me like was in the beginning when I first heard about flat Earth. I thought it was the most ridiculous and absurd thing I've ever heard in my life. So I deliberately went and did a bit of research and studying because I really wanted to know the truth. Is the Earth really flat or round? And after the two biggest evidence is the horizontal line and the water level, and I can see the horizon and the water level with my eyes. And I try to tell people this, and they don't really want to look at it or they can't see it. So it's up to them if they want to see it or not. But it doesn't bother me. But it took me about 2 weeks to actually accept flat Earth, and that's when I realized the Earth is really flat, isn't it? So we've been lied to since we were young. And I just want to say how much of a legend you are, Nathan, because I know you're talking the truth. I agree with everything you say. Sorry, say it again.
To the 12-year bit, because that would mean you predate me. If you were looking at 12 years ago, that was before I was covering the subject. And you predate most people at 12 years, actually.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, 12 years ago is before Math Powerland released his first video, before
I think I remember.
before
I
Eric.
remember 2012. I started looking into flat Earth.
Have you just got the number of years wrong? It seems like 12 years, maybe.
Yeah, I think I can't remember exactly how long ago, but I know it's roughly around 12 years ago.
It's your first time on air, is it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's my first time. Yeah, my name's T.
Welcome, Pete.
I'm just surprised because that,
Thank you.
Say, predates basically everybody on YouTube talking about it. So 12 years, if it is 12 years, that's a long time.
I looked at, sorry to interrupt you.
That's all right.
Yeah, I studied subject about roughly 12 years ago. I'm a truther. I do a lot of research in my spare time, and then one of the subjects really like was like it affects everybody. It was I know that the educational systems is a bit dodgy, so I know that some of it is a lie. So I deliberately went and studied myself, and I actually found out, yeah, the Earth is flat, and we do live on a flat horizontal plane, and there's no curvature. I've been looking for the curvature for like long time, and I still haven't found it. So
What were you
there
looking
is
at
no
before?
curvature. And
What were you looking at before you came to Flat Earth 12 years ago? Then
I was just doing like random research and subjects. I study any subject, like, because I wanted. It's better to know than not to know.
Again.
So that's who I am in it. So I just like to study and research and like to discover, go on a venture of discovery and find out things, the actual truth. And do you know what really caught my attention is you, Nathan, the way you talk to some of these globers and you try to tell them the evidence, and it's so simple. Like to me, it's so simple. But I don't know what if it's not too simple for others. But I understand. I agree with everything you say. So you caught my attention. So I had to sign up and be a member, and then hopefully talk to you in it. And I agree with everything you say about trigonometry, triangulation, celestial navigation, horizontal, the horizon, all that, flat planes, and in triangulation that you need the sides of the triangle need to be flat and straight to get a elevation angle. It's pretty simple, because I remember in school, the math teacher teaching me about trigonometry, triangulation, and I remember the lines on the side of a triangle, it needs to be straight and flat. It cannot be curved. If it's curved, then you can't get an angle, an elevation angle. It's that simple.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that simple.
What took you so long to get here?
Because I've been studying, I've been busy working, and you know how it is with a family and working. It took me a while. It took me a while.
Yeah, 12 years.
Yeah, a long time ago. It was a long time ago. So I moved after I finished studying the flat subject. I moved on to the other things, other subjects I wanted to learn about. I want to discover.
Like what? For example?
Yeah, I just want to say how much of a legend you are, because I know you're talking the truth, and because I can see the shape of the Nathan. I know you're talking the truth, because that's why you caught my attention. But anyway, I want to say because I can see the shape of the Earth with my eyes. I tell people that you can actually, if I can see the shape of the Earth with my own eyes, then you can see the shape of your Earth with your own eyes. It's just a matter of if you really want to see it or not. Because I tell people, all you need to do here is because to see the shape of the Earth, your eye needs to be higher than off the ground level. You need to go to a high point, like a really tall building, like a 22-story building, or you need to go to the top of the mountain. And when you look into the far distance, you can actually see the shape of the Earth with your very own eyes. And it's entirely different what they tell you in school. They tell you in school that the Earth is a sphere, it's a ball, it's round. But when I see the shape of the Earth with my eyes, it's a horizontal flat plane.
That's an aspect.
So I
Yeah,
actually
I know what you're
believe.
driving at. Yeah, it's flat.
I believe what I see. So nobody can tell me that what I'm seeing is wrong. What I'm seeing in front of me is the truth, and that's it.
And you can measure it.
Yeah. I agree with you. Yeah. All the measurements you're talking about.
Hold on. Neil's
The
suspicious of you,
teacher
it
in my
seems.
school.
How'd you say your name?
The teacher in my school.
Steve.
The teacher in my school told me all about the maths. So I already knew about it. So I actually understand what Nathan's talking about. So there you go.
Go on, Neil.
I was saying, me and Brian were talking about it, how like in They Live, he was trying to get the glasses on the other fellow. In this case, we're trying to take the glasses off. It's like the opposite. You know what I'm trying to say?
Sorry, Neil, to interrupt. That's a great film, by the way. I've seen it. Yeah, great film. Great film.
Yeah, but we need to take the glasses off because they're looking through
Absolutely.
lenses of a globe.
Yeah, some people just can't see it.
Yeah, and that film, there's a reference to 2026. I won't say what it is. Have a look again.
There's a reference to 2026 in They Live.
Yep.
Okay, just tell us.
Talks about the New World Order.
Go on, give us a bit more context.
No, when the two guys, when they realize when he shares after the fight, he puts the glasses on his mate, and they come to the realization of the world. They walk into this conference room, and there is these people talking, and the speech on the podium is about the events happening in 2026.
Oh, okay.
The New World Order.
I see.
Really?
Very interesting.
Anyway, it's good to have you on. What's his name? Pete? The guy that said Nathan was great?
T-E-E-V-H. Teve.
Teve.
Yeah, he sounds like when I first discovered the flat earth debate. I was blown away. By the way, Dave Weiss was the one who mentioned flat earth debate. That's why I watched it. What happened to him?
Oh, that makes sense. Why you were pining for him to be promoting me. You want other people to find their way here in the same way you did, because you found your way via Dave. I see. I did wonder why you were bleating about that earlier.
I remember exactly what he said. It was on Plus. He said, I can't get enough of that flat earth debate. Nathan Oakley, 1980. That was like, what's that? I never even heard of that. And then I found it, and I was like, wow. Now this is what I've been looking for. And then there was this other guy that was there. Forget his name. I think it's QE. It was over there.
Nathan, when did you first go on Globebusters?
Again, Len.
When did you first go on Globebusters?
I've only been on once, I think.
All right. Well, I think that's when I came across you myself. But I instantly preferred your content and approach compared to just speculation station that was going on over there. But yeah, I've posted a link. Well, not a link, but the title of that podcast in the main text chat at 3:33, in case you haven't been forwarded it.
Okay. I don't know if you're getting further and closer away from your mic, but every time I adjust it, it seems to go the complete opposite way to the way I adjust your volume. But there we go. That's just something I'll figure out. But anyway, I got what you're saying. You've posted the name of the link that's got Johnny Knoxville, did you say? Or not the link, but the name of it.
Right.
Cool. Hopefully one of the mods
Sorry,
will pick up on that.
I'm working.
No, fair enough.
Yeah, sorry, I'm working at the moment.
No, that's okay.
Anyway,
Hopefully one of the mods will grab that and then dig it out, and then maybe we'll cover it tomorrow if it's something I can just link to without paying anything, because I'm poor. But if it's free, I'll cover it.
Oh, it's free, but it's a podcast, and I can't say it hosted on like a streaming platform, so it's like a downloaded podcast.
Okay.
But if need be, I could host it on my YouTube channel, and you can link to that, so there'd be no copyright issues.
Oh, that'd be awesome. You'll definitely get a copyright strike for it, I don't doubt. But yeah.
No problem.
Hello, Nathan.
Yes.
Quick question. What happened to that guy Matthew that you spoke to, and he said to you, I think I watched one of your show not ages ago, and he said that something about he needs to resign.
Matthew learns.
What happened?
Nothing.
Matthew, something guy Matthew.
Matthew learns.
Oh yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I heard you talking to him about celestial navigation and the 90-degree. Said that from a curved baseline. I just
Yeah,
wanted to know what happened to him. Did he resign? Did you get a superior
I
to
doubt it.
tell him?
No, I didn't follow up on that. No.
Oh, that video was wonderful. I cracked up laughing. You know, that guy is obviously you can't get a 90-degree angle from a curved baseline.
He did admit to that too. I trimmed it out.
The
It's on a
baseline
separate
needs to be
video.
straight or flat, and he works perfectly on a flat Earth. It doesn't work on a round or ball or sphere. I just want to know what happened to that guy. Did he resign?
No, he's just probably still in the same cognitive dissonance he was at that point that was pointed out to him. But he did admit
Yeah,
to
and
it.
also I want to talk. Oh, sorry.
I was just saying he did admit to
I
it.
just want to. Oh, he did admit to it. A lot of these globe believers, they've been indoctrinated. The indoctrination is strong. That's why it's hard for them to get out of the believing in the globe.
Yeah. Yeah, they're the people that Neil was appealing to that we should, obliviate or whatever the word is. We're trying to help them. We're trying to help those people that you described as being indoctrinated. If nothing else, by showing them where their globe religion came from in the first place.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's a religion. It's a religion. See, they're brainwashing kids in school. I don't agree with that. I think you should tell children the truth. Because when they grow up, yeah, they're going to believe the lie, innit, if you lie to them from an early age.
One of our number is making inroads in that regard, appealing at the highest levels of British authority. Not that it's going to probably make a great deal of difference, but like I say...
Yeah, it's difficult for that one.
Yeah, very.
Yeah, you just got to tell them and then just leave them to whenever they need to research the truth.
I know, we can approach members of parliament here, specifically the Education Secretary and Prime Minister. They're not...
No, I don't think that's possible because they probably think they're going to think we're foolish to come up to tell them the Earth is flat and what they're teaching children is wrong. I don't think they're going to listen to any flat earthers.
Don't approach it from that angle. The angle that it has been approached from is the out-of-date rhetoric of Newtonian gravity being taught to school children, when at a higher education level they're taught about gravity as a fourth-dimensional pseudo-Riemannian space-time bending. So there is literally a contradiction in up to high school level education versus higher and beyond education levels, which teach something very different because it's been out of date, superseded for 109 years. So that is the inroad that's currently being pushed, because you have to work within the confines of their rules and their paradigm, because it's their system. Well, within their system there is a contradiction in terms of what's taught to school children that is along the lines of what we talk about here. But yes, I in some ways agree. Maybe somebody would be smart enough to be able to phrase it in such a way as you wouldn't be ridiculed by the Education Secretary if you were to put it to him that we're teaching the globe when it's not true. But since 2024, I don't actually agree with that anymore. I'd say that no, I don't think you would be called stupid if you showed how the measurements of Earth turn into a sphere for it to be taught as true, and that's a reification fallacy when you know the measurements are flat. So, I mean, if that was put to them now, although that's not the inroad that's been progressing for the last 3 years, I don't think it would be shunned. It's just a demonstrable fact.
Hey, Nathan.
Hello.
So let me ask a question, if you don't mind, from the gentleman who said he'd been around for 12 years. I myself first learned the Earth was flat in 2008, and I had no idea that people were talking about it online until 2021. And so it's the backstories are very, very fascinating to me. Do you mind sharing how you yourself came across that the Earth is flat?
Well, while it comes to his mic, I have to say this. Brian was 2 weeks before that.
2008 is pretty way back there. You're in line with Matt Powerland doing his stand-up show that later got released in 2014, I'm going to say. But 2008 was when, I don't know if you've seen that comedy show that Matt Powerland did where he's showing people a photo or painting for the first time, but he's doing it on a stage.
Yeah.
I think that was 2008 that he was on that stage. That's why he looks like he's about 10.
Yeah, I found out because a very good friend of mine's wife was from Brazil. And so she told him that a lot of people in Brazil say that the earth is flat. So, unbeknownst to me, I went over to his house one morning. I had no idea what he had been up to the previous few days, and there were printouts strewn across his floor, all in Portuguese. And I had lots of things to be doing that day, but we ended up till I got there about 10 in the morning, and I would say till 9 o'clock that night, we were going through these printouts that he had, and we were looking at some old encyclopedias that he had and doing some searches, and she was doing some translating for us, and the three of us pretty well spent that whole day, and it was absolutely clear. There were lots of articles from various student and professor accounts on various university websites. There were stuff on Angel Fire sites, other GeoCity sites, all sorts of stuff. And unfortunately, all the gold that was there has either been just zapped down the memory hole as those various services closed down, or willingly suppressed.
Your account matches, dare I say it, Flat Earth Math. You know, Charles, you gave a very similar rendition, but it does actually slightly precede yours. So he first got into this subject in around 2006 and was arguing in the forums and on websites as opposed to on YouTube, right? And as you say,
yeah,
all of that stuff just got flushed down the memory hole. All of it just vanished.
Yeah.
And he was saying,
I
asked him, where did all the people go from that resurgence? So he was batting off that resurgence, which most people who are here now, who picked up on it in 2014, were unaware of. But that resurgence died off by about 2008, where you were finding it out only through the Brazilian connection to Flat Earth, which is obviously very prevalent then and still is now. But this time around, in the Western culture, or in our particular neck of the woods, it's hung around for the whole 10 years in between, hasn't it? It's not gone anywhere. It's not died off.
Yeah. And it's fascinating because I do remember coming across a couple memes here and there about the stupid cat meme and stuff like that. And one guy at the dealership that I sold at back in about 2017 showed me that, and he was laughing about it. And I said, that's not really how that would work. And we had a bit of a conversation, and it never occurred to me that there are these memes because people were talking about it online. And then finally in 2021, our twins were born in 2019, and then in 2021, I was starting to get back to listening to shortwave radio, and tuned into World's Last Chance Radio, and they were talking about it quite a lot, and some of the online resources and such. And
Cool. I love a good backstory. Love it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's going to be a whole generation that come into this subject afresh in sort of 2024, 2025. And there's like a whole back catalogue of flat Earth that's been built up over the last 10 years. Admittedly, most of it feast and nonsense, but, nevertheless, a back catalogue of stuff. Admittedly, heavily suppressed by YouTube. But still, a nice back catalogue of stuff that's really easy, that's really hard to find.
Yeah, it really is, because especially when I tell people that my first introduction was through the Brazilian connection, and then, of course, I came across a lot of Charles Jones stuff eventually, like between 2009 maybe. And so I'd seen that, and then came across some other Satanist information that were talking about it about that same time. And then I didn't see anything online at all. I mean, like what I was seeing was all articles and such. I was never seeing discussion forums. I was never seeing YouTube videos. It's just interesting how we live in vast faceless, nameless algorithm decides for us.
Yeah. But the faceless, nameless algorithm thing is a bit of a myth. There's somebody flicking the switches, if you know what I mean.
Was he breaking up a little bit, or was it my connection?
No, it was him.
Okay.
Well, they admit to that themselves, don't they? That their YouTube said a while ago that the flat Earth was being moved down on the list.
Yeah, I call it the faceless, nameless algorithm because somebody's programming it, but they can just kind of smirk and tilt their head a little bit and disclaim any responsibility for their actions.
Yeah, blame it on, quote, the algorithm that they've just changed in terms of how it operates.
Excuse me, Nathan.
Yes.
Did you get my message in Discord?
No, I don't do anything with Discord other than look. Sorry, Rob.
You were on Sam Tripoli's show again with
really?
Eddie Bravo shouting you out again.
No way.
Just
When
thought
did that
you want
happen?
to know. I don't know, yesterday.
So you know what that means, right? That means get out there, contact Eddie Bravo, Nathan.
Yeah, will do. I've got a reason to as well.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thanks for letting me know. Was it on his most recent live stream?
Yeah, I sent you a clip in Discord.
Oh, can someone grab that for me? Thank you so much.
Yeah. What time did you post it?
You have to post
I
it in
sent him a
the
DM.
main text chat.
I sent him a DM, but I can try and get it again.
Yeah, try and put it in the main text chat for me, and I'll drop it across.
Yeah, because after Saturday, I can't take it no more. Need some real flat earthers talking real flat earth stuff.
Well, I really like what you've been saying, Nathan, over in politics, and that we need to get off this back foot, yeah, and that we need to be pushing forward with our positive claims. And I 100% agree, because I watch all these debates, and usually the openings are the globe earther questioning the flat earther. You're going to have to explain sunsets. You're going to have to explain this. Sorry, we're not here to explain things to you. This isn't a Q&A. This is a debate. You bring forth your positive claim, I'll bring forth my positive claim, and we'll debate the positive claims. I'm not not here to do your research for you.
Or answer
How
questions.
did it go the other day?
Second, Neil.
Didn't you debate somebody?
Yeah, how did that go?
Yeah. Oh, mate, it was an absolute disaster. He ended up being removed from the stage. And that's exactly what happened. I stuck to a 2-minute intro where I said Earth is viewed as flat, measured flat, utilised as flat in everyday use such as construction, etc. I said, then I had my citations ready. I said, water measures flat, lays flat, finds level. I had the citations for that. I had long distance laser with all the documents from FE Core was my second point. And my third point to round it out was the logical syllogism of the Black Swan. So I just said, all I did was mention the points. I've got this, and this. Water finds level, Black Swan, and that was my opening. And he just got on losing it. Is that it? Is that all you've got? Where's your evidence? And I said, mate, I'm not here to present all these citations and a whole debate in the opening. This is what we're going to go through step by step in the one-on-one discussion. It then took us 10 minutes to get him to even do his opening. His opening was copied from Professor Dave and Whitsitt's arguments, which was just questioning me again. Same thing, exactly word for word. I wrote them down. You're going to have to answer this. You're going to have to answer that. So the first thing in the open discussion, I said, I'm sorry, there's no debate here. I'm not here to answer your questions. I'm here to debate you. You either bring forth some positive evidence for your belief and claim of the globe, or we don't have a debate.
Or it's not
I
a
got
debate.
that in the
Right,
text
yeah.
chat in the
Badass.
main.
I love it. Sorry,
the
Rob.
main text channel.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Could
I got it.
Whack that in Master B for me.
Already there.
Thank you. Well played.
Yeah, so
exactly.
he just
give me your evidence,
yeah,
and we'll debate about it. I'll give you mine, and you can contest it if you choose to. That's how it works. Not, I'll listen to your story, and then you'll tell me how I need to explain my version of your story. No.
Yep. And then it took us another 15 minutes to get him to put forth his first positive evidence, which he used the 24-hour sun video in Antarctica. He dropped it into the chat. Then he refused to tell anyone where it was in the chat. I actually went in the chat and found it and reposted it for everybody. I then called out the fallacious reasoning, but then went on and posted the transcript of it as well, directly from the video, that stated they cut it in the middle and you're watching a loop. So he wouldn't rebut that at all. He just started abusing moderators, abusing me. The moderator ended up calling him a C word, said, you're just a C word, whatever. He then got chucked off the stage. I then said, listen, I've put a lot of work into this. I have all my citations. I have everything ready. Do you mind if I just present the evidence that I actually have so that the audience will have something to speak about when they come up for their questions, basically, along those lines? I don't know exact words, and they said yes. So I presented all of my evidence, all of my citations in the chat, and then without any interruption, and then the audience got to come up and ask me questions individually. A lot of them were new because it's in a politics and religion server. It was all respectful. They asked their questions. I gave an answer. They thanked me, and they got off the stage. So in the end, overall, it went really well for me, but man, I was angry.
Nah, you did a great job. Sounds like you did a great freaking job.
Couldn't agree more. It sounds like you did a really good job. And you
Yeah, nice one, AJ.
You took charge of what was going on. You're not going to play their game of let me waffle on in La La Land, and then you've got to refute all the claims that I've made up Just So stories for with your explanations of my Just So stories. Sod that. Give me your claim that proves the globe, and we'll refute it. Then I'll do the same, and you can attempt to do the same. That's it. That's a debate, not a story time exchange.
Yeah, and I'm going to propose it in some of the 24/7 servers. I've actually written out a debate format, and I think that, when we get in these servers, I was in last night, yeah, and it's the same people like Brenda and everyone coming in, just repeating the same thing over and over and over, and it's just ridiculous. I think that these people should be challenged to a formal debate on a stage. We now have a stage in politics and religion. We have a stage in politics. We can organise these events, and I have put together something for these debates so that we can finish off these anti-globers once and for all and make them come into a debate with their positive claims.
I'd be well up for that. If that's how it ends up being on a Friday, we end up sticking it on even if the time has to be more limited because it's obviously a lot more stressful for the mod team. But instead of us hanging around for 3 hours and just chit-chatting, if it was like just the live show for an hour, and the ballers can come in a much more moderated fashion, one at a time, and do what they did with you.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that some of the flat earthers should be doing this as well. We should be having these regularly rather than just arguing semantics with trolls all the time. Say, righto, let's have a formal debate and put the rules out there and make them stick to it. If they don't stick to the rules, they lose by default and they're off the stage and gone.
Yeah, let's have.
AJ was very, very professional.
Was he? Were you there?
I missed the very first part of it. I caught in just after the gentleman got ejected. And then as he continued on with his presentation, the professionalism inspired the audience to ask well thought out questions. I'm not necessarily saying they were right or not, but you could tell they were genuine thought out questions. We ended up with a much higher quality of discussion because of his professionalism.
Cool.
And, you know, the way he answered questions, there was no adversarial nature to it at all.
You do realise, J.E. Barrington, that you are currently the longest standing flat earther in this community. You realise that, right?
That's crazy.
Well, that's good to know. I'm glad we found out that you're appreciative of that. You're roboting to all hell, but yeah.
Yeah.
You predate basically everybody I've spoken to.
Yeah.
I just
wish I sincerely wish I knew that you all were organizing as far back as like 2014. I just wish I knew that.
Doesn't change the fact that you are about as long standing in this subject as it gets. So that's cool, man.
I will say that unfortunately, how I learned about it was a good friend who was a world-renowned herpetologist that traveled through all the 6 continents and world-renowned in the Bushmaster snake. And unfortunately, he met his demise in 2017. The official story is that his wife pulled the trigger on him, but it's questionable at best. So it's quite an interesting story, and I tell Globies from time to time, and AJ, you may have heard me say this too, and I tell them, if you had the benefit of what I had in 2008 and what I wasn't forward thinking enough to preserve, that if you had that benefit and that introduction to the quality that my dear friend Dean required as we were validating what we were reading, that there would be no question you would be a flat earther too. I was lucky. I was very fortunate to ride the coattails of somebody who took it very seriously and gave it a good, thorough kicking around, and not just oh, well, that sounds good today. And in just over 12 hours' time, it was thoroughly and completely convincing. And unfortunately,
Wow.
I wasn't smart enough to save that.
No. I mean, got a massive head start on everyone else, so don't worry about it. Epic story. I'm really pleased to have heard it. Like, epic backstory.
I've
Yeah. Sorry.
I dropped a copy in Master B, just a rough draft of sort of what I'm proposing for these staged events, Nathan.
Okay.
Feel free to
I'll
have a look and add anything. Or
Yeah, I'll have a proper look.
The only thing I missed in their opening statements, I think, should be no more than 3 minutes.
I just want to add that whole Eddie Bravo episode is really good if you wanted to listen to it, Nathan.
30 seconds for the intro.
Agreed.
Righto, 30 seconds.
30 seconds. In fact, it should be 15 seconds. State your name. Let's go.
Agreed again.
Just a suggestion.
Yeah.
I still want to know how much Nathan paid that guy.
The guy before? Well, I was hoping to get the same backstory out of him.
I've written this thing in, I suppose, more considering the audience, yeah? Because we've got to remember we've also got an audience here that we're presenting to. I think that gets forgotten a lot.
Not by me, I run a daily show.
No, not you. No. In a lot of the debates, though, I see that, yeah, I feel like that the audience gets left behind.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, I saw it too, AJ. I think you conducted yourself very well, represented yourself well, considering your interlocular. That guy was a nut.
That's an understatement.
Wow, bloody hell, there's enough of it. My proposal for debate stage events in politics and religion and 24/7. Debate and format rules. 1. Affirmative claims. Both the proponents of globe Earth and flat Earth will present their own positive evidence and arguments to support their respective positions. For instance, the globe Earth side might present evidence from astronomy, physics, gravity, while the flat Earth side might present alternative interpretations of observations and other arguments such as measurements on the surface. 2. Opening statements should be brief and to the point to keep the audience engaged and not lost in the gish gallop of evidence that doesn't end up getting addressed. Example, brief intro. This could include why you became interested in the topic. Could also include something against the approach position, e.g. it can be shown upon testing that the globe/flat Earth claims don't stack up. B. Present each positive claim, e.g. globe/flat Earth measurements. 3. Opening discussion points. Open discussion. First person who presents makes first positive claim from dot points in the opening. Person expands on one of the points, gives supporting evidence. Speaker 2 can then rebut the positive claim. An opening dialogue can then take place until a conclusion. However, if the moderator believes the conversation is going in circles, not going anywhere, or there is no concession, Mod can move the conversation forward to the next point and let the audience decide. Speaker 2 then has his opportunity to present one of their points. Point 4. Rebuttals. After presenting their alternative claims, one at a time, each side would then respond to the points made by the opposition. This involves attempting to refute the evidence and arguments presented by the other side. For example, the flat Earth side would attempt to refute the evidence for a spherical Earth, and the globe Earth side would refute the arguments for a flat Earth. Point 5. Cross-examination during rebuttal. Cross-examination can occur where each side can ask direct questions to the other side. Cross-examination in debate can include asking questions that were not explicitly examined in debate and can include asking questions that were not explicitly presented as evidence or positive claims during the initial presentations. The purpose of cross-examination is to probe, clarify, and challenge the arguments and evidence of the opposing side. This can involve A. Clarifying ambiguities, asking questions to clarify any ambiguous or unclear points that were made by the opposing side. B. Testing consistency, asking questions to test the internal consistency of the opponent's arguments and evidence. C. Revealing weaknesses, highlighting potential weaknesses, contradictions, or gaps in the opponent's case. D. Introducing new lines of inquiry, bringing up related topics or new angles that may not have been covered in the initial presentations but are relevant to the debate. However, it's important for questions to remain relevant to the topic at hand. Introducing entirely unrelated questions would be inappropriate and could be seen as a tactic to derail the debate. Effective cross-examination focuses on deepening the understanding of the arguments presented and exposing any weaknesses in the opponent's side's position. E. Counter-evidence. Each side is able to be free to present counter-evidence and arguments that directly address and attempt to invalidate the claims made by the opposing side. In summary, it is a fair and structured debate. Both the flat and globe Earth proponents would present positive evidence for their beliefs and engage in comprehensive exchange of arguments and rebuttals. Both sides bear the responsibility to defend their own positions and critically evaluate the claims of the other side. It would be unreasonable for one side to simply answer questions without putting forth any affirmative claims of their own. 6. On completion, move to audience questions. 7. Moderator can A. Move the conversation on if not moving forward. B. Mute the intervene as necessary to keep conversation on track. Must remain muted and stay out of the debate conversation except for clarification. D. Must not answer questions, make statements, or ad hom or insult. E. May intervene if at any point has not met the rules or debate format, e.g. a person who brings in no positive claim with evidence just comes in with questions. Number 8. Rules. Both parties to present positive claims with supporting evidence. B. Must be respectful at all times. Remember, this is not just the two debaters there, as the audience are there as well. Debate may also be streamed to YouTube. Obey the terms of service on Discord and YouTube. Obey the rules of the server, abide by the debate layout and rules. Anyone who violates rules will immediately forfeit and may be removed from the debate. In this case, we would move to the audience's questions. Wow, that was a lot to read.
Yeah, I think that if we're going to do it properly on these stages, there needs to be a layout to follow and some rules there that need to be followed and some consequences for not. So, yeah, feel free to give me your feedback. Yeah, it took me a little bit to put this together, but
cool. Yeah,
just go over that again for us, Nathan, please.
Shut up.
Well, that'd just be posted as the rules to anyone who wanted to enter into the forum of that debate, I suppose, so that it's very clear and laid out.
Right, whoever sent me this clip, thank you very much.
See that myself.
Yeah, Nathan Oakley and versus Professor Dave is what I want to see. Nobody can beat Nathan Oakley. He demolishes everybody. The fact
You're welcome,
like
Nathan.
these flat Earth debates with like Professor Dave. There's
See that myself.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for sharing that.
The whole episode was pretty good.
Hold on, I missed it.
Oh well. You want to hear it again, Neil?
See that myself.
Yeah, Nathan Oakley and versus Professor Dave is what I want to see. Nobody can beat Nathan Oakley. He demolishes everybody. The fact, like these flat Earth debates with like Professor Dave. There's
I see that myself.
yeah, Nathan.
There you go.
Yeah, sorry, it's just a quick clip, but he goes on. You have to go to the actual video.
I've invited Professor
Now,
Dave to Professor Dave YouTube channel explains host Dave to join the show and debate, and he refused. So I've asked him. He
yeah,
said no.
well, this is why you got to get on Eddie Bravo, and that answers your fear of how do I know that Dave Shice didn't get to him and talk bad about me. This guy loves you. Get on his show, break it down. Let's go. Time to progress.
Well, I've actually got something in the pipeline that I can proactively contact him about. So rather than saying, "Hey, can we talk?" and hopefully it'll do me some favors, it'll be actually this is something that might interest you, and I'll tell him all about it. I need to contact him just to get his email address to do that, so I'll do that next.
That's good news. Now, everybody that put
I
their
think it's funny that you
bets
said
in
you destroy people.
If you want to know where that video is from, it's tinfoil.
Sorry, Neil.
Sorry. Just let me shout out the video that we got the clip from. So, oh right. Original video is this video. Now I'm slightly confused. Okay, well it's TFH hash 786 scared cows with Eddie Bravo on the
Sacred cow.
Yeah.
On the tinfoil hat channel.
Sacred cows, my bad. Not scared cows.
Scared
Because I'm
cows?
clicking
Really?
this. Well, there's a click to the original link, so I just had a quick read of it and then clicked on that link where it didn't have a title, and because I'd only scanned Reddit, I read scared cows.
Give him a break. He's colorblind.
Yes, that's the reason, Neil. It's absolutely the reason. Anyway, TFH 786 Sacred Cows with Eddie Bravo, and yeah, it only came out yesterday, but there is a link to the original podcast.
Is that Quantum Eraser?
I'm really trying to shout this out.
Quantum Eraser.
God.
Okay, sorry.
Just try that for a third time, okay? That's TFH 786 Sacred Cows with Eddie Bravo, and it's on the Not Tinfoil Hat podcast channel, but it's also a podcast on samtripoli.com. So it's got an original upload point, which is that website, as opposed to the re-up, which is on the Not Tinfoil Hat podcast YouTube channel. So TFH 786 Sacred Cows with Eddie Bravo.
Is that Quantum Eraser?
Yeah, can you unban me from your YouTube channel, please?
Say again?
Quantum Eraser. Can you unban me? Somebody ban me from your YouTube channel.
That's Rob.
I'd like
Rob
to be
Kine.
unbanned, please.
Who is it?
Rob Kine.
Rob?
Keen.
Somebody banned you?
Keen. Rob Keen.
It's because it's
same on YouTube.
KIHN.
I'm the same dude everywhere.
Did you get that,
Try to go
Kiwi?
find that.
Can you unban Rob Keen? I'll say his name correctly once. It's spelled KIHN.
I think I got it the first 5 times.
Can you unban Rob Keen?
Why was he banned in the first place?
I have
Good
no
question.
idea.
Can you hear me? I'm talking to myself. Can you unban? I'm only joking.
Yeah, I heard you. Where do I go to unban? I don't even know where to go.
I have no idea. I don't even know who banned me.
Ontario, maybe?
Huh?
Greenland?
How long have you been banned?
Shut up, Neil. Nathan, where do I go?
You could try Greenland. It's quite nice there. Maybe.
Greenland? No, in
banned for a long
YouTube
time.
Studio. This is like talking with my sister's kids.
Can you ban Rob Keen, please?
Can you ban Rob Keen for us, please?
I don't know.
Dashboard.
Somewhere in community, it's under community, a tab called community.
There isn't a tab called community.
Yeah, there is. In your YouTube studio, along the left-hand side, one of the tabs along the left-hand side is called community, and it's in there
No,
somewhere.
it's not. No, there's not. There's dashboard, content, analytics, comments, subtitles, copyright, earn, customize, creator, music beta, settings, and send feedback.
Settings.
Yeah, that's settings, not community.
It's
if you go into settings, if you go into settings, you'll get community.
Okay. Is that
settings community? And then you can figure it out from there.
The reason why I asked how long was because I have an idea who banned you.
Who? Come on, let's see your
I
crystal
need to know
ball.
how long ago he was banned. When were you banned?
I'm gonna say 6 months, but it could be longer.
Probably Arwin.
Yep.
All right, done.
No one picked
I
up on what you were
appreciate that.
saying
Thank
earlier,
you.
George. Now that there's enough time elapsed, sorry, Rob. No one was picking up on what you were saying. You were saying Johnny win as opposed like Arwin, but Johnny playing devil's advocate. You said it the first time. I chuckled on mute. No one picked up on it, and then Johnny decided that you'd said Captain Cook or something similar. I can't remember what it turned into. John Wayne. It turned from John Win, which is to say Johnny Win is like the equivalent of Arwin, to John Wayne. I'm like, is no one else going to say anything? And then someone else went along with it. Like, yeah, that's a perfectly reasonable analogy to have John Wayne in this analogy. Why, I don't know, but apparently it's because we're shooting from the hip or something that somebody decided to make John Wayne work with. I'm like, what's going on? There's no one picked up on the fact that John Wayne has got absolutely no relevance to this discussion, but we're all talking about it like it's normal. You're like, what a bunch of idiots you all are.
Anytime somebody compares me to John Wayne, I'm not going to fight it. You got me, cowboy?
Arwin, not John Wayne. John Win.
I know.
Or Johnny Win.
Get off your boat, measure the elevation angle, and get the hell out of here.
Very good.
I don't even want mention of his name after what he said the other day.
What did John Wayne say?
Not nice things.
Didn't know you were a fan.
I'm not. But I tuned in specifically because I knew there would be an issue with the new Quantum Eraser intro, especially that I was in it. Oh boy, the abuse I took on that.
Why would there be an issue that you're in it?
At least somebody's commenting on it.
Exactly. I'm very honored to be on it.
Most people didn't notice, Neil. In fact, I think Arwen was the only one who noticed.
Nathan definitely didn't.
I didn't even watch it twice.
No, twice.
When Brian said Nathan's was boring, I didn't really put it together till I watched it. It's not that it's boring. I understand exactly what you did, Adam, and you were on point with everybody.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that 12-year-old second-hand Beamer. It's a wicked intro for me.
There was a posher car, I'd do it. I'm very limited in what I've got to do. It's harder than you think to invent a narrative with limited resources.
But man, I got the 330i from whatever it is 10 years ago, and I'm happy with that.
But that little robot for Brian, that is outstanding.
I
How
think
he
you should-
drags his
you
name
should
in.
swap 'em.
I loved it.
Swap them. Give Brian the BMW, and I'll have the robot.
That was extra levels, that. Because the robot doesn't do anything. So I had to bring the logo in and make it look like he was dragging it in for me.
Oh, okay. Cool.
That's nice.
Well done. That was the best one.
You like that one the best? See, I like Eli's. I think Eli's is lovely.
That's
The
all
way
right.
it turns and it's blue and you go around there and
You got the city in the background too, correct?
yeah, that's what I like about it. It's just like reflects Eli nice.
Absolutely.
Yours and mine are pretty boring, Adam, but, you know, let's be honest, we're the stars of the show, aren't we? So it's only reasonable.
We shine
Boring? You got the freaking backlight.
Yeah, it's a bit boring.
Yeah, and they weren't upgraded. The only upgrades were Betty had a relay, a redo, and Nathan's really, because I just tweaked Nathan so that it was front foot forward as opposed to pseudoscience being detected. It was making a statement that the Earth is measured and navigated flat.
There's measurements confirmed.
Horizontal plane of reference confirmed. And then all the annoying trailers at the beginning, you see, mate, are only there to make it longer just for you. But each one's kind of a flat Earth proof, and now there's kind of a little.
Yes, very good. Very good. I may hack it down and put some different music on it and mash it up a bit. We'll see how I get on.
The music should be okay. I've checked it. It's run through copyright fine again, and it is. I couldn't get it from the website that I got it from before because they just shut down. But I went hunting for it, and I found it on free, like copyright-free websites, and downloaded it from there. I've not had any feedback from YouTube. I posted it on my channel to see if there was any copyright, and nothing.
What I mean is I'll hack it right down, and then use it for my short videos that I tend to put the Ballbusters intro on my little edited videos.
You're never going to get that under 2 minutes.
I'll get it under 20 seconds. No worries.
I've seen them. Yeah.
Is that a challenge?
Adam,
no, I was just. But it is now, isn't it? Obviously.
There's no copyright on it.
No.
They would have hit me immediately. And number two, we might have another Ballbusters this Saturday because the next 3 Saturdays after that are troublesome for me.
That's good to hear as well.
Off, then.
Say again?
Have 4 Saturdays off.
Can you say that in English this time?
Just have 4 Saturdays off.
4 Saturdays off?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah? Can you spell that?
YEAHHHHHHHH. Summer.
Summertime. We'll see.
it's not considered 4 Saturdays off when you have a crisis.
What's the
crisis?
What crisis?
You need to go send go for your sex change operation.
Not another one.
Are you in a different server, QE? Talking to different people on a different subject matter?
Hello, my mic died.
No.
It didn't?
No.
My green light's dying. Okay, we're good. Now I'm in this server talking to Neil. What's the crisis?
I said, because he said you just had 4 Saturdays off. I said, it's not considered off if you're in the middle of a crisis.
Oh, I didn't realize he said that. I thought he said just take 4 Saturdays off. It's summertime. I thought that's what he meant.
I did say that.
Did not. You said you just had 4 Saturdays off.
No, that's not what I said. I said just have 4 Saturdays off.
Well, I must be hearing things.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah, what's in your mind is, I can't believe it that you want to have another period of gap. You've just had 4 Saturdays off. That's what you heard, was what I said was.
No, I did not.
Okay.
I'm just excited that there's another Ball Busters on Saturday. Adam, were you in the chat this Saturday?
No.
On Ball Busters?
No. That's not what's happening.
you see what he did? That was pretty coy, right? That was high level, Neil. You
No, it
just went
wasn't.
right out.
Yeah, subtle as a
what?
brick.
Right. Sorry.
I'll have to check with the powers that should not be.
It's good for me because I'm not free the following week anyway. Mother-in-law's birthday, mate.
I'll let
Good.
you know. It may not be a problem, but I'll have to let you know.
Okay.
Now, was that birthday on conception?
Shut up.
Stop trying to ingratiate yourself with us. If you're really strange opening line.
Before you two got here, Adam and Huey, Neil and I were discussing the turnaround that was declared for the first time on Saturday, if you will, on Ballbusters, which is to say that up until pretty much that moment, we were divorcing ourselves from a flat Earth community that we believed was just infested with flat Earth nonsense, like Feast of Nonsense, when in reality, there's a whole bunch of people that thought they were in a community of flat Earth, and they weren't. Therefore, if they're not actually flat earthers and we've been divorcing ourselves from them, it's like, well, they weren't actually flat Earth. Now, there's going to be a whole bunch of people that might start waking up and realizing that, given that Dave Weiss in this instance is specifically saying it. But that means if they still consider themselves flat earthers, they're going to have to find their way to us. There's no other alternative.
Yeah, it was. That's I think I said on Saturday. That wasn't my feeling of where the evening was going to go. But having listened to Dave's words, yeah, no wonder we have a problem with him. He's not a flat earther. But it's that admission that means let's just move on then. Dave, stop associating yourself with flat Earth, please. Yeah, and we don't have to worry about him anymore. Yeah, other than to denounce him and just point out that he's not a flat earther by his own admission. So don't sully us with his brush. Better to me. I've not got to explain it for anymore. I say it's got nothing to do with flat Earth. Somebody goes, yeah, but Dave, flat Earth, Dave. I say, yeah, but he's not a flat earther, is he? By his own
But
word.
you weren't here. Somebody read comments directly from him. In other words, saying, well, why don't you get on the show yourself if you could break it down so well?
Right. So what was previously performance appraisals, which is kind of what I entered into that night, is one thing. Where Dave, Flat Earth Dave, took it was to demonstrate to all of us that he's not a flat earther. Yeah? Balls to bone, he isn't. And he admitted that. He admitted what his passion was. And I'm happy with that. Because now I've not got to say, come away from that buffet of nonsense, Dave. Please don't go to Dave's buffet of nonsense, yeah? Now I can just say he's not a flat earther. Just ignore it. His words. So he can appeal to me to go and do as bad a performance, yeah? But that's kind of irrelevant to his statement of truth that he made.
Yeah, same goes for people who interview him. It's like, well, I'll be inviting people to say, point out to this person that they're not actually interviewing flat earthers. They're interviewing the pretenders, the impersonators, the ones that are grifting off the interest in the subject, the ones that can't even say Earth is flat when asked. Why are you interviewing that person that's not a flat earther? Flat Earth in name only? What, you want a stooge, do you? Because that's what he becomes. He's known not to be a flat earther. He's self-declared that he isn't. So he becomes a stooge if you interview him.
Well, we all should be taking a bow, because if you're trying to keep a narrative, you're not going to put somebody on that could shatter it. You're going to put somebody on that you can make a fool of.
That's a stooge. Once he's out in the open as not being behind the Earth being flat and suggesting that it could be a big ball, the antithesis of what we stand for, then he becomes a stooge if you interview him as a flat earther. And I've made my mind up over the weekend. I was considering it on the live show, but obviously I didn't want to say it then because I hadn't thought about it enough. But no, it's not too early. He's not a flat earther. If you interview him as such, I'll be calling you out, going, why are you interviewing people that aren't flat earthers? Do you need a stooge on this show? Is that what you need? Easy ride with a stooge? I'll call it. Because that's the facts of the matter now. Doesn't matter if you know. You didn't know he was a stooge. Oh, right. Poor research, eh? Well, there you go. You've got a stooge. Did you want a real flat earther? Because there are real flat earthers out there, non-stooge based ones that can actually say it's flat when asked. Yeah?
Yeah, you got to start calling out the guys doing the interviews. You're right about that.
Use the word fraud, Nathan. That's much more effective.
Agreed.
Yes.
It's only a fraud if he continues now to claim that he's a flat earther after going on Jesse's show and making not being tricked into it, but proving himself and then making the statement that he's not, that A, the earth isn't flat because of hills and valleys, and B, he doesn't even think it's flat. It could be one of two things: flat or a really million times bigger ball. Dave's head, yeah, he's a anti-flat earther, isn't he? Or a ball earther. But what he isn't, what he doesn't represent, at best he represents somebody who's still on the journey.
Yeah,
but
doesn't know.
That isn't what he said. He said he made his declaration of which camp he sits in, and it's a camp he's invented himself called True Earther.
Well, he claimed
he's still a fraud.
He did not say flat earther because the interview, what is his name, Peterson, would have brought him to mountains.
I don't know that. It doesn't matter
And
what
that's
would have
just-
happened. It doesn't matter. You're right, Brian. It's fraud. If you're going to say you're a flat earther,
Yeah.
you need to be a flat earther, and he isn't. So it's fraud.
Yeah, and Adam, I would have to disagree with you there because no, he has been claiming to be a flat earther when he wasn't, so he is a fraud. No point in saying we can't call him that until he reacts to what we said. He's a fraud.
Because, as I always get accused of, I'm too nice. So at this point, maybe that interview was his epiphany. That actually, when he was interviewed in such an honest answer, and he gave honest answers, yeah, he didn't lie. He could have easily said, "Yeah, I know it's flat," yeah, but he didn't. Maybe that was his epiphany of him realizing, and that's why he said, "I'm not a flat earther, I'm a true earther." Yeah, maybe that's his point. And that's what I'm saying. Moving forwards, fine. We are where we are now, but moving forwards, he's demonstrated to everybody he's not. So that would be fraud now. Previously, that good Christian spirit of mine that I'm sure Dave Weiss will appreciate means I can't castigate him directly. That could have been his moment of clarity.
You're saying the moment he goes forth from this point forward and carries on calling himself Flat Earth Dave, then you can call him a fraud. Because as far as we're concerned, publicly, you declared your non-adherence to Earth being flat and offered up the possibility of it being a ball, which is the antithesis of what a flat Earth stands for. So if you carry on grifting off a community you're not part of, you're a fraud.
Yeah. I can't speak to the past.
David
I can't
Weiss has
speak
said-
to his... Yeah, but because I can't speak to his motivation in the past, all I can say now is no. But from this interview, Dave, and from your admissions, that wouldn't be genuine anymore for you to claim you're a flat earther. You've explained very concisely why you're not. And that's fine. You can believe whatever you want. Yeah, you're more than welcome to. But please stop then saying you're a flat earther because your words have said you're not.
What needs to follow now is a change of name. Sorry, Bry. He needs to change his name to True Earther Dave.
Yeah.
And then that's fine, isn't it? And he's not, as I requested him not to do, speaking on my behalf anymore. Nobody's going to be misconstrue what he says as something that I represent.
Yeah. Adam, you don't have to wait for him. Sorry, Nathan. You don't have to wait for him to change his name to True Earth Dave or something like that. He's been a fraud for years. Just nobody wanted to accept it. He's going. This is not the first time he's made that come up with that dichotomy about it could be flat or it could be a really big ball. He says this on a regular basis. The guy is a fraud. We don't need to wait to label him as such.
Sorry, I agree with you. But if he wants to redeem himself in any way, fashion, he's got to take that flat earth label off and put his true name on. True Earther Dave. But he's a fraud. He won't do it.
Well, lest he be a fraud, because he is. He's not a flat. He's not Flat Earth Dave.
Well, that's obvious. He couldn't even answer the damn question.
He's not going to take off the flat Earth part off of his title because he's become well known as Flat Earth Dave. He knows when someone puts in Flat Earth into Google, they are likely to come across Flat Earth Dave. He knows the people will come across all these interviews he did as Flat Earth Dave on these podcasts and YouTube shows. So he won't take that away because that if he puts in True Earth Dave, no one's going to find him.
Yeah, that's the grift.
He's not
That's
connected
why
to
he's
that.
a fraud.
Yeah.
Exactly. So because nobody will find the crap he's actually peddling of True Earth if they type it in, he needs something they will be looking for, which isn't what he's punting, aka a fraud.
All of those, I'm not disagreeing with you, Bri. Yeah? And your gut instinct, I don't disagree with. Yeah? But it wasn't until that interview that the evidence is there that this is fraud from his lips. I could have assumed it in the past as he pimped Ether and called us scammers for claiming that science proves things. Yeah? But I didn't have sufficient evidence to prove that he is a proper grifter.
Oh, come on, Adam.
I'm nearly done.
No,
No, I am going to finish now. Then you can come in. I made the assertions with regards to Ether being a grift, but at no point, and I don't think any of you, but even as negative your opinions on Dave were, would have thought when sat in front of a decent gentleman that's not a baller or anything, just an honest man wanting to know, and the question that was put to him, not one of us would have guessed that that would be the answer. Yeah? And it's those answers that lead me to the ability to make that assertion now. Before I'd have been shit-stirring. I'm not shit-stirring now. What I'm asking Dave to do is sod off. Stop using the term flat earth, something that's got nothing to do with his knowledge or belief systems, yeah, as stated by him. And with that in mind, just sod off, leave us alone, and stop stealing, yeah, our glory, yeah. Stop using all the hard work and all the what's the word? All the attention we've garnered on this subject and all the answers we've got on this subject that will help people. Stop using their inquiry on that to pimp your true earth. What became apparent, and that's what I'll keep speaking up against now, because in his words, he's put it out there for us. Not for me to make an assumption based on ropey behavior and crappy explanations.
Those were not assumptions. See, you got to keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. Now, we've been keeping them closer. That did not surprise me. I knew he was not going to say yes. If that's taking you by surprise, then you ain't been paying attention to this shyster. Once they stick a knife in a friend of mine's back, I got no use for you. And I'm going to watch you because now you're my enemy.
What about his other buck brothers? What about the true earthers? Is it just him?
Nope. They're all Mo, Larry, and Scurvy. All three of them together.
But up until that point, you see, it was still flat. They might have had additional thoughts, but in my opinion, they'd have all said they know it's flat without a hesitation. I was surprised. I'm happy, I'm no shame in admitting that I was actually shocked that Flat Earth David Weiss couldn't answer and didn't answer the question of whether he knew it was flat or not. And I think, to be honest, I'd be just as shocked if that was the response from Jaron And Whitsitt.
Yeah, but they don't know it's flat. So what are the response do you want? These people have a belief. They don't have a knowledge.
They have the knowledge. Maybe they've not bothered to learn it, but the knowledge is there for them. Now, Dave, fair enough. Whitsitt, I'd be very surprised. Very surprised if he wouldn't be prepared to make that statement.
Oh boy, be prepared.
No, that's fine. But I couldn't.
Why would it change? They're true earthers, right? Or true earthers, as Dave said. He said he made it very clear. I thought you were a flat earther. I'm a true earther. That's what Dave said. So the other two better be on the same sheet of music. Follow?
Yep.
Because they're true earthers. They're true earthers too. Yes.
So, yes,
because for interrupting, they're claiming to be true earthers as well. I've heard them claim that both.
Yeah, I know.
At least Whitsitt. I'm pretty sure I heard Jaron too.
Yep. Oh, I got them. Remember? Didn't you watch the show? Maybe you couldn't see it, but I have them. They're the true earthers, Mount Meru Summit too. It was all of them.
Yeah, and that's the point. You see, there's additional belief systems that they've built in fundamentally around ether. Yeah. But as emissary, I've never at any point thought that they were mitigating for a larger ball, that was a possibility in their conceptions, that it was a admission they would make to a neutral, that they didn't know it was flat, that they still conceived and mitigate for that possibility that it could be a million times bigger ball. Non-rotating, of course. That is news to me, that somebody, even if they've self-identified now as a true earther, my understanding of a true earther was a posh name for an Etherian, but that basic premise was that even as an Etherian, it's that dielectric plane between the two toroidal fields, yeah? That it's that flat plane that is, well, a key principle for their worldview of understanding of how ether forms and how dielectrics and that form to form the flat plane. So as a true earther, I would still see it as implicit and knowledgeable, even if they're only using our knowledge, not their beliefs, with ether. But even if they were just using our knowledge, it would be implicit on them for it to be flat. But what I heard was somebody run away from that label.
If you listen to them over the past 12 months, more and more and more, they're moving away from trying to claim it. They're promoting geocentrism. That's what they've been promoting, geocentrism. So they haven't been promoting that it's definitely flat and geocentric. They're interested in geocentric. And in my opinion, they're willing to be okay with saying it's not flat once they get away with it being geocentric, because then they can have the ether. The whole thing is a grift from their side, every part of it. So this has been it seems to me it's been one big springboard, maybe including Bob too, for Ethereans to get their foot in the door. They've used this arena. I don't know.
And that I wouldn't disagree with, Brian. We've called that out. Sky Grifter, the paywalls that we've noticed that if you go to Rockfin and pay more money, you can get more truth. All of those things we've highlighted as not commensurate for where this movement started. But again, in all of that, there was never a doubt of the veracity of flatness. It wouldn't be a point you'd be happy to concede. Well, it might be a ball. It's a lot bigger. Anyway, let me tell you about dielectric acceleration.
Let me just add to that. So, yeah, we would say things like, they're on our side, after all. And they weren't the whole time.
Exactly.
No, you said that.
Yes, I believe that for all of their additional
collectively, we said that, Huey.
Oh, no, we didn't.
Yeah, we did.
No, I outed them. It has to be over 3 years ago.
That's correct.
For not being flat earthers. I go back. But that's listen, I don't want to separate from the solidarity here, but there ain't no we in this.
Well, that's absolutely fine. The issue isn't whoever's were stupid enough to actually think that they were flat earthers in all the other, yeah. And that's fine if that's where it is. Look, I'm going on what they said, just as I'm going on what they said and what Dave said in that interview. Yeah, there was never a point, as frustrating as some of their other beliefs were, there was never a point that I didn't think they were flat earthers. And as Nathan just said there, yeah, I've said that. He's supported it. They're on our side though. In this very small community in the corner of YouTube, yeah, we're infighting. But why were we infighting? Because we were all flat earthers. Well, that's turned out to not be the case now. We weren't infighting.
Exactly. Now, there was some personal relationships there, notwithstanding. I understand that. I mean, if I was in Nathan's positions too, during that time, I would want to reach out. So that's a different player. But me personally, I know it because I identified him. It's not like I was a rocket scientist or anything, right? I knew it. Bob torpedoed this back in the day with Behind the Curve. That's when it started. Well, it probably started before that, but publicly, that's when it's all been a stooge.
Yeah, brain scientist and a rocket surgeon.
That's enough to me and Brian.
Good, Brian, I'm way ahead of this, brother.
Yeah, I called them out way back myself. Now nobody heard much of it because I have such a small channel and small voice in this arena. But I called them out way back, and I even argued with Nathan behind the scenes. Go back years ago, and after, like, I lost all faith in them after that documentary. Not Mark Sargent, but with Jaron Campanella and Bob and them. Lost all faith in them after that documentary. Not that I had much before that, because before that there was things with them that didn't make sense to me. But that was only 3 years in the documentary.
The thing is, as you mentioned him, just as you brought him up, right? There's certain little things that Mark Sargent does that means he gets away with quite a lot. I'll give you an example, right? There was one of the Flat Earth conferences, because Mark has been at almost all of them, with the exception of one, that he, on personal grounds, just flat out refused to take part in because the guy who did is it Jake Paul, or was it the other one?
Yeah.
He just went
Logan Paul.
Logan Paul, that was it. He was like, no, the guy's a joker. The guy's going to be taking the piss out of you. If he's there, I'm not there. And he dug his heels in and refused. Now, at the time, it didn't seem like that big a deal. I'm like, oh, okay, well, Mark doesn't like that particular videographer and he's got his reasons and good for him and all the rest of it. But then when you cast your mind back and you think about how some of the stoogey actions like Netflix unfolded, you go, there was no hint of anything like that. Whereas at least with Mark, you can see that there's been various different things that he's done. That's just one example. I can't think of loads of others off the top of my head, but there's various little things like that Mark has done that demonstrate him being legitimate. You know what I mean?
The biggest criticism
Mark's not part. Yeah, Mark's not part of this.
No, but
you never what?
Well, yeah, Brian brought him up though. In the
what I said is I wasn't indicting him.
Yeah, I get that.
When I brought up the Behind the Curve, I didn't. I said not Mark Sargent. I was very specific about that. But my point, before Adam goes, because I didn't get to finish what I was saying a minute ago, this will be very quick, Adam, is they're willing to claim it's flat in the future depending on how well we do. We are the ones, the real flat earthers. And if we show the world, yeah, it's measured flat, it's a flat plane, then they'll be claiming it's flat. If we fail in that task, they'll go along with the globe, as long as they have geocentric globe and ether. Sorry, Adam.
How can you fail?
I mentioned that point earlier when I said non-rotating. Yeah, I was being flippant because that's what they do. Yeah, that is crucial to them, and I think I said on Saturday why that's important. It's not to invoke flatness, it's to invoke ether. Yeah. As soon as it's non-rotating, you say, "Oh, how do you know that?" And they go, "Oh, here you go. Look, I've got a little demonstration. I've stopped calling it an experiment, but I've got a demonstration, and I've got millions of data that will demonstrate it with altitude." What is that you're demonstrating? How flat it is? No, how the ether moves. What's ether? I don't know what ether is, but I've got millions and millions of recordings. That's been in there. That's what that whole bit's about.
It's a bait and switch. It's called a bait and switch.
Now it makes sense.
Oh, you're interested in flat Earth, are you? Well, let me offer you this flat Earth-seeming backpack. What's inside it? Nothing much, just some ether. Is there any flat Earth in it? No, but it's got a big, fat, flat Earth label. See that? It says flat Earth on the label. But there's no flat Earth in it. No, just ether.
Flat Earth is in the background medium.
So, should I continue to, because our next Ballbusters was to review Boy Zero's Sky Grifter again. Is that off the table now? I mean, I'm not reviewing anything from. He's not a flat earther.
I would take this as a polite request, and I think it's reasonable to ask Whitsit, Karen, are they of the same opinion?
I agree to that.
Who's got contact with these knuckle draggers?
Yeah, I mean, I could make proactive contact if I cared. I mean, reactively, once we have a revelation like we have with Dave, we can react to it. In terms of trying to force the hand of Whitsit and Jaren by contacting them and saying, "Do you actually align with Dave in this position?" I don't care. If they expose themselves as aligning with them, which, according to Brian, they have on many occasions previously anyway, so it stands to reason that it'll come across our path at some point, in which case they'll get the same treatment. But as for proactively contacting them, why?
Is somebody implying that Dave, the true author, has gone rogue?
Can I add something here? If you can hear me, guys, is my mic working?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Well, I had a video from Dave Weiss pop up on my phone yesterday, and what he is now claiming is that if they see a 24 Antarctic sun, he showed a patent for a fake sun that was developed, and it's supposed to be used by NASA for certain applications to do with their moon landings and training, etc. Now, in his video, he actually makes the basic claim that if they see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, it doesn't exist, and this is the sun that you're going to be seeing. But again, when you read the patent, it doesn't tell you that. That's based off an assumption. So if we have a look at his 24/7 clock app, for example, he's proposing a model. In all of his things that he speaks, all these people he speaks to, he shows a model, he proposes a model, he makes direct claims that there is no Antarctic sun. And I believe, I could be wrong, I've actually heard people say that if there is, I'm wrong. So now they've got this trip going, right? I think that he's backed himself into a bit of a corner if they see something that he's not expecting to see. And now all of a sudden his app's out the window. It's gone. There's no more Flat Earth Clock app because he's got a sun with Antarctica on the outside. His whole show's gone, done, finished. It's debunked for everything that he shows. Fortunately for us, we don't do that, yeah? We don't claim these models. We don't claim what the sun does. We measure the Earth as flat, so we don't have these fears, yeah?
It's Netflix all over again. So they've fallen victim to the affirming the consequent and begging the question fallacies that they're going to have to endure. And they're highlighting that the reverse side of the false dichotomy, that's the flat Earth model, isn't a failure because of a false sun. It's like, no, we've been saying it for years. You with your bloody models. Right? And now you're going to back yourself into a corner where if your model fails, the flat Earth fails. Oh, it's pathetic. No, recognise the fallacy that's being used. That's affirming the consequent. Oh, my bad again. You need to affirm the consequent for your model too, don't you? Idiots we used to call flat earthers.
Besides
like
from
to
that,
add, hey,
because
gentlemen.
we've gone.
Good afternoon. I want to. Can I say, Adam?
Quickly.
Real quickly.
He's only just opened his mouth. You take your time, D, as long as you need.
Chill, bro.
No, because I'm not going to be long. I want to say something. From what you just said, for anybody out there that's wondering, based on all of the chaos and the so-called judgment upon FED for separating ourselves from other anti-globers or so-called self-proclaimed flat earthers like Dave Weiss, this is the reason why we had to detach ourselves from them due to the Feast of Nonsense, because everybody's attacking flat earth. Somebody has to be the salvation for flat earth. And if we had not done what we did to Jaron, to Dave Weiss, the ones who really actually initiated the first blood drawn by calling us scammers, we would be falling in the same toilet bowl of the bull crap of the Feast of Nonsense that is being purported by these so-called anti-globers and so-called it's flat earthers. So I'm glad I'm on this ship, and I'm glad I'm taking this voyage to the truth. That's all I want to say.
They separated themselves. You heard it Saturday.
Whether they did or not, whether they did or not, we verbally, publicly announced denouncement for what they were standing for. That's the point I'm making.
Technically, go ahead, Adam.
I'm just going to agree with you. I mean, the trouble is, as Nathan will testify, is when you stand up for the one true faith against the might of the empire, you end up getting crucified upside down. You've got to be.
That's correct.
I don't think there's necessarily a point in taking this on in a particular aggressive way, which is why I recommend asking those guys just to clarify their point. We don't have a battle to win here. We have a request to cease and desist. Okay? Much better taken to the general public, a cease and desist claim, than a, they're not beds, they're not flow. Yeah? Just clarify the point. And imagine if you don't get a clarification of the point, how devastating that would be if you bothered to inquire and get a response in writing.
Yeah, I'm just saying we get the blame. We get the blame, but they separate themselves, and you can see it. It's obvious.
Anyone that can fog a mirror,
themselves, we get the blame.
anyone that can fog a mirror, anyone that can fog a mirror knows what the score is. Oh, we were blamed in this. No, that was feeble nonsense, right? Quit whining about that. Anybody, like I said, that can fog a mirror knows that they pulled the old incoherent Hillary Clinton Academy, charge others with what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone knows this. So don't worry. Don't be whining. Oh, they didn't. Who are they? They're not flat earthers. I removed their charter more than 3 years ago. So let's get down to what's going to happen from here forward.
I think testimony is
powerful. Too long a
powerful.
dramatic pause. Two people want to talk through you, QE, me included.
I thought it was a question, not a rhetorical question.
It was a dramatic pause.
God, you're getting like me, QE. I'm going to have to recognise that. Sorry.
QE is.
Don't let him tell you what to do.
I think the three of us should jump through this dramatic pause. I think that's what's going to happen. Go on, QE. Finish off your point, and then I'll agree with Adam about issuing a cease and desist.
Is that no? There's no dramatic pause here. What are we? It wasn't rhetorical. What do we do going forward? Cease and desist?
Yeah. Yeah. Cease and desist order is got to be issued. You can't call yourself a flat earther if you're not a flat earther. It is that simple.
Yeah, Bev doesn't go around calling himself a flat earther. At least he's honest.
We're not
about it.
worried about Bevtard. Bevtard's
I'm just making an example. I'm not bringing it up. I'm just making the point.
No, it is
I was
useful.
saying we're getting accused instead of bringing people in of causing dissension.
No.
And I just want to make it clear, there is no causing of dissension. They've chose which road they're on.
Right, Brian's point about Bev is useful because you can draw a parallel with the distinction being that if Dave and Bev have the same position, the same arguments, and the same reason to say it's not flat, which they absolutely do, but Bev says, I'm not a flat earther as a result of those arguments, and Dave goes around calling himself Flat Earth Dave, then there's a pretty egregious mismatch there, isn't there? Dave is grifting off people's interest in Flat Earth when he's got the same argument as Bev. So he's self-confessed not a Flat Earther, just grifting off the interest.
Yeah. There's nothing to think about. These people are not the real deal. End of story. It's that simple. We just need to point out in the future, as often as possible, that they're not. I'm glad we're all on the same page now.
Yeah, and take it one step further. If people start interviewing these non-flat earthers that are grifting off the good name of people who are, then it needs to be pointed out. This person you're interviewing isn't a flat earther.
What? Who are these people? Not the interviewers, the interviewees. Are we narrowing it down?
No, I'm talking about
Who's
the
the people?
interviewers. After Jesse, if I see someone who's off mute, if I see someone talking to Dave Weiss as Flat Earth Dave, I'll be directing my audience to go and tell them, why have you got a stooge? Did you not want to talk to real flat earthers?
Okay, David Scheister Weiss. Who else?
That's it.
I wanted to ask, is it fair to call? I wanted to ask.
Hold on, D Rose.
No.
Is it just David Weiss as a true alpha?
So
Who
far?
else?
No.
Well,
no.
I mean, okay.
Whitted and Jaron as well. All three
You
of them.
need to put stuff in front of us then, Brian, so we can cover it and then make this declaration thereafter. After public scrutiny of whatever it is that you're going to offer to say, no. These people have the same position, here's the evidence. In which case, it's me and Adam, really, that you're appealing to. Obviously, John desperately needs convincing these people aren't flat earthers too. Right, John?
I'm not appealing to you at all. I'm saying the same thing as I've been saying for quite a while, and that's the way it's going to be. You do whatever you want. If you want to keep believing that Jaron Campanella and Austin Whitsitt are flat earthers and are interested in what we're interested in, then that's on you. You've been warned.
I'm not suggesting I'm doing that. I'm saying that while you appeal to having a moderate audience to be able, okay. While you appeal to only having a moderate audience to expand this out to a greater audience, then that's part of flat earth debate, isn't it? To expose this to the masses. But in the same way as it's been exposed in a very concise and obvious way with Dave Weiss, hence me just saying, yeah, just Dave Weiss. If you say no, well, okay, today we struggled to find a video to cover. Tomorrow we'll cover whoever you now put on that list.
Okay.
No, make it 1 second, D, very quickly. We can just make it very simple, right? All you have to do is ask them the very same question that Jesse Lee Peterson asked David Weiss. Then you'll know.
May I now?
Yeah, I'm finished.
Well, hold on, D Rose. Can you do that now, please, Brian, and address it to somebody specific by name? Can you ask that question and put it to somebody by name?
I am connected. I'm connected to Whitsitt on Skype, so I'll ask him.
No, say it now, verbally.
The exact question that Jesse Lee Peterson asked.
Yeah, but put it to Whitsitt by name in the question.
Okay, let me get the wording correct here. Exactly, yes. Okay, for Whitsitt and for Jaron, do you know for definite and without a shadow of a doubt that the Earth is flat?
With that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.